friends. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We'll just give the little YouTubes here a second to join in. Hi, friends. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday. It is Saturday, June 3rd. I think that's what day it is, right? Woo! Whirlwind, like I lost the whole second half of May. I mean, I didn't, but I wasn't really living in morality. Wow, that was weird. I don't know where that came from. I think it was a mixture of May and reality. So please trust me. Nothing nefarious happened while we were on our trip. But I have not been living in a world of reality. How about that? Wow. Over the last, oh my gosh, like 3 weeks, because we were on an incredible journey in Amsterdam, Ireland, Scotland. So I'm back and welcome back, everybody. Let me just check out the chat very quickly. Hi, Marie. Hi, Pamela. Jessica from Burbank. Scrapped NH. Joanne. Good morning, Joanne and Belinda. Jane. Hi, Jane. Welcome back, World Traveler. So glad you could celebrate your 28th with Nick in Europe. Love tracking the pics. Yes. So if you have not been with me in a little bit, just know there's still some sleep issues going on, okay? If you've not been with me in a little while, or if you're brand new, welcome. I'll get to the details in a second about what we're doing here. But I just want to say welcome. I have been gone for almost 3 weeks. Nick, my husband, and I celebrated our 28th wedding anniversary in May of this year. We originally had a whirlwind trip planned for May of 2020, which was our 25th anniversary. So it was years of planning and preparation and getting ready. And then obviously we all know where we were in May of 2020. Nowhere. We were all here, like in our own homes or wherever we were. So obviously that did not happen. So we just sat back and waited for all of the travel issues to clear up with the pandemic, and rebooked it for May of 2023, which was our 28th anniversary. We were Amsterdam for 2 days. We flew directly into Amsterdam. Then we were Ireland for a week and Scotland for a week, and then home. So we had a full day of travel getting there and getting home. Anyway, it was amazing. We had a wonderful trip. If you were on social media, either Instagram or Facebook, I posted pictures like every few days, and we had an amazing time. So I'll talk about that a little bit today as I'm working on my About Last Month list, because that was a huge part of the month of May for me. And then just as we're going, I'll kind of talk a little bit and probably be talking about that for years to come. Christina said, hope your anniversary trip was amazing. Thank you. Terry, thanks for the reminder. Yes, if you're here and you're watching, thumbs up, please. That is a super easy way that you can help anyone on the socials. So if you're taking your time to watch, then just take one extra second and give thumbs up. Whether it's YouTube, whether it's Pinterest, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever the socials are that you spend a little bit of time on, thumbs up is always a great way to support whoever you are interacting with. If you are watching live, welcome, because if you're watching live, there's a live chat that takes place. That is how I am interacting with people back and forth, because I can see over off to the side as you guys are leaving comments. So if you are watching live, welcome. If you are a longtime watcher, maybe be a first-time commenter, right? Going back to our days of talk radio show, you know what I mean, talk radio. People would say, long-time listener, first-time caller. So I always ask, if you are here and you've been around a while, but normally you don't participate in the chat, just pop in and say hi so we know you're here. Deborah said, so excited about the travel class. Yes, so I actually have 3 different travel classes coming up. One is a traveler's notebook class, and that particular project kit is out on my website. There is a mini book travel class, and then there is an e-course, a travel e-course that's coming up. And I'm not telling you how to plan your trip. I'm not telling you how to find the best deals on airfare or anything like that, because that is not my expertise. But what I am talking about in that e-course is how to document your trip. And it doesn't matter where your trip is. It doesn't matter how long your trip is. It doesn't matter what type of media that you want to use to document your trip, whether it's traveler's notebook or a mini book or 12 by 12 scrapbook layouts or whatever it is that you do. But it is that e-course is talking all about how to prepare to document. So before you go, some of the things that you can do to make life really easy while you are traveling in terms of documenting, how to kind of set yourself up for success for that, how to document on the road, and on the road, whether you're, on a plane, train, automobile, ship, e-bike, whatever it is, how to document on the road, how to, as you're taking your photos, sort them so it makes it really easy then when you get home to do all of the documenting. So the first two parts of that e-course are ready to go because the prep I've already done and the documenting on the road I've already done. Now I need to do the third part of that e-course before it'll be available, and that is documenting the after fact, adding all the photos and things. So I'm hoping sometime in July. It's probably going to be more towards the end of the July versus the beginning or middle, definitely not the beginning. But that's what I'm shooting for. And it's an e-course, so there's no product that goes with that. Lots and lots of lessons, things that you can do to document your travels. I will tell you though, there will be a stamp set that will be sold separately from that e-course. But as I was getting my trip ready and pulling together, oh my gosh, probably 20 or 30 different stamp sets from some of my favorite stamping companies like Carrie Bradford and Everyday Explorers and Paper Curator, I started coming up with, oh my gosh, if I had one stamp set that would make it easy for me to do all of this, that's what's coming. Okay, so total segue, but we know that's what happens, right? That's what we call a squirrel moment. Now I've missed all kinds of things in the chat. In the chat. So that stamp set won't come out probably until about August because there are, I think, 6 new ones that are coming out this month. And I'm hoping, crossing fingers, I will have my samples in time for us to do a little pre-order and show and tell next Saturday, which would be the 10th of July, 10th of June. Yeah. I do know it's 2023 though. I may not know what month it is, but I do know it's 2023. Oh, I think Nick's outside washing the windows and like power washing the house. So hopefully I just heard that. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Okay. TK said, what did you miss? Oh, I've just been chatting, TK. The first little bit, we like to chat. So if you are new here, now that I've got all that little stuff out of the way, welcome. On Saturdays when I am not out of town traveling, whether it's traveling for personal or traveling for business, traveling to teach in person, we are here on Saturdays. This started, oh my gosh, now like 1,200 days ago or something. The very first Saturday of the pandemic. And we have been doing it ever since. So what we do here when we're together is I do what I like to call creative listing. So I, ahead of time, provide a couple of listing topics, and I take those topics when we're here live and I pull out different product and stamps and all different kinds of things, and I make my list. This is a great way that I have found for me to document things. And your lists tell a story. That's what I like to say. Your lists are telling a story. And in a lot of cases, they're telling stories probably that you would never tell. Like jobs that you've had over the course of your life, if you work. Your favorite cereals as a kid, places that you've lived, your pets' names, just different things like that. So it's a different way of documenting, right? They're used to scrapbooking, memory keeping, storytelling, but it is all one and the same. It's telling a story. It's just maybe in a little bit different format. Sometimes we use photos, sometimes we don't. Today, one of our lists will use photos because we'll be doing an About Last Month list. So I'll be documenting how I like to document, kind of all the everyday little details, although when I'm documenting May, it's not everyday little details, it's about our trip primarily, but it's telling a story. So that is what we do here together on Saturdays. If you aren't able to make it live, then the replay is always available, and there are, oh my gosh, probably 100 at least, 100 of these List With Me live sessions that are now that have now happened in the past that are now, you can watch them anytime you want on my YouTube channel here. Okay, so that's just kind of the nitty gritty that we have to get out of the way before we can start working. So people that don't know us, when they get here, they pop in, they're like, what the heck is going on? So now you know. Also, just good to know, I usually take the first 10 or 15 minutes and we chat. So if you are not a fan of that, then you can just plan on tuning in about maybe 15 or 20 minutes after I get started. And then that's usually when we're starting to work, or I'm showing you kind of what we did when we were together last. Thank you. Christina said welcome back. Winnell said welcome back as well. I know lots of you said welcome back. So if I missed that, I apologize. In the chat, if you leave a comment and I miss it, it's because I'm over here chit-chatting away. Now, once I flip the camera and we start working, then it's a little bit easier for me to see the chat. But if you left a comment and I did not respond to it, and it's a question or you would like a response, just type it again. Maybe type it in all uppercase, because then when I just glance up, it's a little bit easier for me to see. Like Nancy, I just saw Nancy's. Nancy said, yes, it's Slay all day. I missed your voice. Welcome back. Thank you, Nancy. I missed you guys too. I really, really did. All right, so we have a couple of prizes to talk about. Every time that we're together, I like to give prizes. I like to share. You guys do so much for me in terms of supporting my business, whether it's buying from my website or it is showing up here on Saturdays, whether it's sending me amazing emails just saying thank you for what you do, and those mean more than you guys know. But all the ways that you guys like to support me, I like to give back. So when we're together, I always give prizes. And unless it's a special day, the way that I give prizes is I ask you to leave a comment on the video when it's over. So that way anyone can participate. You don't have to be live. And then the morning of our next session, like today, I sit down and I randomly just scroll, and wherever my finger stops, that person wins a prize. So we had two prizes when we were together from last week. The first one is one of these. Now there are actually two different versions of these. The reason I say two different versions, sold out of the first edition. You guys, like within the first week. And that honestly blew my mind. You guys blew my expectations out of the water. So I placed a second order with the printer, and there is now a second edition. So if you were one of the lucky that got a first edition, and if you still have an order that's pending because you ordered like a mini book kit, one of the pre-order kits, don't worry, yours are set off to the side. But we are now in the second edition, which is very fun. You know you have a first edition or second edition because in the back, I was feeling very optimistic when I did the first printing because I said first edition. So now it says second edition. That also gave me an opportunity to fix one typo. As far as I'm aware, in this whole book, there was only one typo. And the typo said that we first started getting together in 2000 instead of 2020, which was, if that's the only typo that's in there, I'm glad. Okay, so I drew the lucky winners this morning, and the winner of an idea book is one of my brand new listing with Layla idea books. I say brand new because they haven't even been out a month. Beverly H 8561. So the way that you know that you win is I respond to your comment and on YouTube, and then I also mention it here. So if you are Beverly, that comment that I responded to, it tells you to email me, and make sure, this is super important, you guys, in the subject line, if you ever win, I need to know the prize. And it in the comment that I leave back to you in the reply, it tells you, because that way it's very, very, very easy to get your prize kind of underway. If not, then it takes a couple extra steps, and sometimes that falls through the cracks. So if you can make sure when you win a prize that you tell me what you win in the subject line, then we're good. So Beverly wins that. Now, you guys, I will continue giving these guys away. So if you win that, like Beverly, if you have already ordered that, no worries. I'll just give you send you a coupon code to spend whatever that was, $25 or $24.99. Then you get a coupon code to do whatever kind of shopping you want on the website. So that's Beverly. The second prize was a tin of very gently used colored pencils. So I have tins like this on my website. I have been using colored pencils quite a lot. I used colored pencils and doing some of the documenting while I was on my trip. And I didn't take them with me. I bought them while I was there. So, but this tin I say gently used because I had this tin before I started carrying them on my website, and then came to realize that this tin is a slightly bit different than the ones I carry. So I decided that I would give those away to someone, and those go to Tammy Lee 7432. So Tammy Lee, if you are here, then congratulations. Well, also, and Beverly, congratulations to you too. Hi, Louisa, nice to see you. It's arting with I don't even know how to say that. So that person I don't recognize because I do not recognize your little YouTube handle, Arting with Mijnomis. I'm sure I totally butchered that name. I don't know if that's a real word or not. Anyhow, welcome. Okay, friends. So I think we are just about ready to flip the camera. I am on a cup of coffee number 3 this morning, drinking out of my little girl boss mug. It's taken me a little bit to try to get back into the sleep cycle. I've traveled my whole life and I've done a lot of international travel and learned very early on that you have to acclimate to your new time zone like right away. You can't stick on your old time zone. So when we flew into Amsterdam, we landed around 8:30 in the morning and we went all day. There is an 8-hour time difference between Utah, where I live, and Amsterdam. So it was kind of the middle of the night, right? But you just got to go, because if you don't go, you'll just be upside down the whole time. So it took me a couple days and then totally acclimated and adjusted. We got back Wednesday afternoon. I took a 1-hour nap because we'd been up for about 24 hours. And that night was exhausted. We kind of made ourselves stay up until about 9:30 and then slept. And 2:30 in the morning, I woke up wide awake and was up for the rest of the day. Thursday night, same thing. Powered through the whole day, totally exhausted. I went to sleep around 10 and woke up at 3 and was again all day. So, couldn't go back to sleep. So then last night, I was crossing my fingers. Again, went to bed about 10. Woke up at 3 and I'm like, no. And I willed myself to go back to sleep and woke up about 5:30. So I think I'm good, but 3 cups of coffee, it's going to be today. Nomies, like homies. My nomies. Oh my gosh, I'm such a dingling. Let's just chalk it up to a little bit lacking in the sleep. We also got to chalk it up to the blonde hair because that's part of it too. Arting with my nomies. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's totally obvious to me now. That is totally obvious. Arting with my nomies. Yeah. So anyone else that was doing the same thing I was, there you go. You're not alone. Too funny. Okay. Another step. Angela's Crafty Life said, did you scrap it all on your vacation or keep journaling notes to remember everything you did? Do you guys want to see what I did? I won't spend a ton of time showing you. This is all I took with me. A plastic bag to keep it protected, a traveler's notebook insert, and 2 Sharpies. Both of those Sharpies are like down to the nib. I did a lot of writing. So what I did ahead of time, and I won't go too much into this because that's not why we're here, but the class covers all of this. I pre-set up my traveler's notebook insert, the entire thing. And every day before I left, I had set up a spread for each day. I stamped the date, where we would be, the hotel, the weather, miles driven, steps walked, and topped 3. Okay. So my thought was, all of that was done for every day while we were there. And then while we were gone, I would do this. Okay. Every day I would just write about what we did. And this was day number 1. And look at all of it done. This was day 16, our last day when we were in Scotland. Hi, honey. So 2 travel days I didn't document, but there we go. So that's what I did. Now, I said I only took Sharpie and that insert. A couple things I picked up along the way. The very first day we were in Amsterdam, we went to the Van Gogh Museum, and I stumbled upon this little box of colored pencils, little teenies. And I went, oh my gosh, that's small enough. I can totally take that with me, because we did it in a carry-on. Nick and I both took a carry-on and a backpack. Now, when we were in Ireland, we did stop at the TK Maxx and buy another suitcase, but we knew we were going to have to do that because of all the things that we were buying along the way. And I'll just show you this. Part of the reason we had to bring another suitcase. I should weigh this. This is, see how big that is? That is all of the stuff I collected. All the brochures, the tickets, all of that. So that's a big part of documenting for me. Anyhow, so I picked up those colored pencils, and then I picked up stickers. Okay, stickers anywhere I could find them. I will tell you, It is incredibly difficult to find stickers in Amsterdam, Scotland, and Ireland. You think they'd be everywhere. There's what I call rubber snake shops, you know, the tourist stores that we love when we're traveling. Those tourist stores everywhere to get souvenirs, but it is very difficult to find stickers. So I did stickers where I could and would add little stickers, did my little writing, and then used colored pencils to kind of highlight the things I wanted to highlight. So there you go. That was how I documented so far. Deborah, did you do out the window pics on your travel days? Oh my goodness, of course I did. Now, those still have to be documented, but I did take some amazing out the window pics because beautiful scenery there. Okay guys, I think rubber snake shops. Yes, that's what I call them. Rubber snake shops. Okay. I think we're ready, guys. I think that we are ready. I am going to flip the camera and we'll very quickly take a look at our lists from 2 weeks ago when we were together last, and then we'll get going, okay? So here we go. Let's flip the camera. Louisa said that is one big bag of memorabilia. It is. And you know what, Louisa? I will not use, I definitely won't use it all. I'll probably just use a fraction. But my perspective is when you go, collect all the things. Because guess what? Chances of you being back there again are, I don't know, maybe slim to none. So if you don't get it while you're there, you can't get it. So I get the things not knowing whether I will use them or not. Much to Nick's chagrin. He's like, seriously?
75 pounds.
Not 75 pounds. It felt like it. Oh, Colleen, thank you. Yes, plugging in. What are you doing in here, dear? What are you doing?
The GFI outside strip and I can't find it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good luck. Good luck with that. Okay, we are another Laelism. Yes, rubber snake shops. Okay, another sip of coffee. I just need a probably a drip line of the coffee. How was the new suitcase? Oh my goodness, Sarah, it was amazing. That was seriously, I don't know how we would have done it without. I think I had told some of you that a friend of ours had recommended a suitcase, a company called Solgaard, Solgaard. I'm not affiliated with them, just I bought it and Nick and I both had them. I did the backpack and the suitcase, but there's like a built-in closet. There is a built-in closet and it all like cinches together. And when you get where you're going, you open it up and you just hang the whole closet in the closet. It was amazing. I don't know how we would have done it. I don't know how we would have done it without it because we were in, so subtracting our travel days, we were there 16 days, 13 different hotels. So it would have made it so difficult to try to pack and unpack every time. Okay. Kylie said Nick missed his fan club. Yeah, probably, huh? Okay. Nick missed his fans. Okay, let's try to have that be the last sip of coffee for a little while. Alrighty, so let's take a look at the 3 lists that we did when we were together last, 2 weeks ago. So we did a list called Today Looks Like This. That is this list right here. Once a month, this is one of the lists that I like to do once a month, and it is just a kind of a microscope, right? It is an up-close look at a particular day, and so I just pick a day. For the month of May, I picked May 12th. I always use the 3 same products, those month die cuts, and those are on my website, the 2023 month die cuts. I use the Cocoa chipboard numbers, also on my website, and then I use the Today Looks Like This pad from Everyday Explorers. And then I just add, other product, but that is kind of a snapshot of a particular day. And this type of list I like to call a time capsule because it really is. I can look back 20 years from now and go, oh my goodness, look at my day back in May 12th of 2023. I wish that I was doing something like this when I was in high school, when I was in college, when I was a young working professional, when I was a new mom, right? How fun would that be to be able to see how your day varied at different stages in your life? I also say I would love it if my mom was doing something like this, my grandmother was doing something like this. How cool would it be to look back way in the past and I looked at like what my grandma's day looked like back in the 50s. So that's one of those lists that we do once a month. Today looks like this. So that was one of our lists when we were together last. This was another one. Oh my goodness, had so much fun with this. So this was things I'm looking forward to this summer. And we did a little bit of mixed media. Yes, we did. You guys know that's not my thing. But sometimes I like to, go out on the wild side, take a walk in the wild side, channel my friend Vicky. And we used a stencil. So we used that sun stencil from the Retro Summer Collection from Simple Stories. And we used a couple of different distress inks and did that fun stencil. And then I used the rays of the sun to use some clear stickers from the Sunkissed collection from Pretty Little Studio. I'll be using Sunkissed again today. Sunkissed came back in stock right before we left town. I put it on the website. You guys shopped the heck out of it again. And some of it sold out, but more is coming. So the paper packs are on their way back. So those are back in stock on the website. So we had a lot of fun doing that. And I used the one of my Mail by Mail, All the Things stamp sets to do the things I'm looking forward to this summer. Then we started this one. This is another list that we do on a monthly basis called In the News, using my In the News stamp set. So I worked on this a little bit more this morning because ran out of time last time, and I had a hard stop last time because I needed to continue to get ready to go out of town. So if you were with me when we ended, I had a little stamping issue. And I want to pull this off just to show you that there's always a way to fix something. And I actually quite enjoy it when something like this happens, when we're working together, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about what we can do to fix it when something goes awry. So I had stamped the typewriter that is part of that In the News stamp set, and look what happened. You can see it did not stamp evenly. So I had part of my typewriter keys were missing, which makes it a little bit harder to type when you're missing some keys, right? And I said, oh, no problem. I'm not worried about that. And while we were together, I had stamped that typewriter again on a piece of white cardstock. So what I did this morning to continue working on that, I took some white cardstock. That's where I will do my list. I adhered it to a piece of green cardstock because I wanted to pull in that little bit of green that was on that paper. So stamped that. We fussy cut it last time. I adhered the white cardstock to the green, and there we go. That is just literally adhered right over that little boo-boo. So when we're stamping, I know sometimes you guys get a little nervous because you think if you mess up, then it's ruined. It's not. We just figure out a way to work around it like I did. So pulled in a little bit more green over here. And then I pulled out one of my colored pencils because this is what I did a lot on our trip. And I just used a green colored pencil to highlight, meaning I just wrote over, I drew over the black on the typewriter, the black on my outline, and the black on the outline there. So I just have a few more minutes that, I won't do that now, but I just have a few more minutes that now I need to go ahead and write some of the news events that happened in the month of April. And then I'll be done with that one. All right, so that takes us to our first list of the day. And our first list of the day is called About Last Month. The first Saturday that we were together in a new month. Hi, Rena Vandewow. The first time that we are together in a new month, I always like to do my About Last Month. And About Last Month with a quick sip of coffee in between. About Last Month is my way of documenting just kind of what happened in a month. Super easy. So this is what April looked like. Let me just get these little photos here. This is what April looked like. So I'm using the 2023 About Last Month stamp set. So that is what happened over here. So I always do that. And then there is my little run-on list with a bullet stamp in between each of those items on my list. And then this time I created a pocket. So I created a pocket with Sunkissed, one of the papers in Sunkissed. And then we created some photo strips. So I created those while we were together. So if you want to know how to do little photo strips like that, you can go back to last week's or the video from May 13th, and you can see how we did that. But there you go. So that is about last month. Always the same format over here. And this year, I am mixing things up a little bit on the right-hand side in terms of how I am adding my photos. So that will be our first list for today. And that is using, okay, I need that over there because I need to show some examples when we get to our next list. All right, so I am going to use the Here and There collection from Simple Stories because, hello, travel, right? So that works for me because the month of May was the huge, travel was a huge part of the month of May for us. Hang on. I'm just trying to, what's going on? I'm trying to adjust my fan here. Oh, that's a timer. Hang on. I don't want that on for 8, 9, 10 hours. Hold on, friends. No timer. There we go. I needed to turn up the, woo, it's toasty. I don't even know what temperature is outside. It's really not warm. Anyhow, there we go. I don't want to get too hot. Okay, so using Here and There. I need to grab, I've pulled out the About Last Month stamp set. So this is the About Last Month stamp set for 2023. It is a 6x8 stamp set. So I need 3 stamps from here. I need the one that says May. I need the one that says About Last Month, and I need the one that says 2023. Now, based on some feedback that I had from several of you, this year's stamp set has an alternative to About Last Month that says Month in Review. So if you don't want to refer to it as About Last Month, you refer to it as Month in Review. So those are the 3 stamps that I need. And I need, actually, let's do the photo first. So I printed out my photo ahead of time, and when I say photo, this is a single photo. That is a 5x7 photo that I printed out on my Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. That printer is I use for probably 98% of the photos that I print. I have a larger printer that I use if I want something larger than 5x7, but that printer prints 5x7, 4x6, and 3.5 by 5. That I have linked in the description box of the video below, but that's a pretty awesome printer, and I know those of you that have it are right there with me when I say that. So I did not have to have any special Photoshop skills to do all those little photos. There is an accompanying app that works with a number of the Epson printers, including that Epson PictureMate PM400, and it is called Epson Creative Print. And that app is just on my phone. That app has a view into my camera roll on my phone. And when I open up that app, there are a whole bunch of pre-configured templates. So this is one of the pre-configured templates. Room for 3x4 or 12 individual photos. Now, usually when I do this type of photo for the right side of my About Last Month spread, I do not put any photos in those 3 squares, and I don't put those there because I like to, do a little bit of decorating there. So that's what I did. I just decide on that template, and then I add all of the photos that from my camera roll that I want to print out on that one single 5x7. So there we go. And this one, I need to trim it down just a tad. It's a little bit too wide. It is a 5x7 photo, and my insert that I'm using is 5 by 8.25. So you would think, oh, this is 5, it should fit fine. Actually, you lose a few millimeters right here in the center from these staples. So I need to just make this a little tiny bit narrower, and then I'll be good. How is everybody today? How are we doing? How have the last couple of weeks been in your life? What are you doing today? Is it working in the yard day? What's the weather like? Are you spending time outside? Are you getting projects done around the house? Are you crafting? Are you what? What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, obviously you know what I'm doing for part of the day. It's this. That's what you're doing for part of the day too if you're watching live, right? All right, there we go. So that is now the width it needs to be. And I am going to grab out my little tape runner here. And we'll go ahead and hopefully that fan is not too loud for you guys in the background. Teresa is, oh, she's working. Teresa, you're good. You are good. I never even would have known you were late. There's no late here, you guys. There is no late. It is, well, unless it's me. Unless I'm the one who's late, then it's late. It's like an open house. I always say it's like an open house. When you're here, you're here. If you come at the start, you leave early, you watch the after thing, it's like an open house, right? You can come and go as you please. Dora is getting her traveler's notebook ready for a Grand Canyon trip coming up this week. Sounds so fun. Oh, Kathy's planting flower pots. It's that time of year, right? Terry, it's rainy and chilly in Colorado. She's cleaning a house, getting ready to clean a craft room. Very good. Fly Girl is working on a layover in Raleigh, and it's food truck day. Ooh, food truck day. That sounds fun. Jen is crafting later. Right now she's cleaning and watching. Lauren's feeding the geckos. Ooh, Pearl went to the Great Canadian Scrapbook Carnival last weekend. That sounds fun. She's heading to the beach in Alberta. Happy birthday, beach gal. Good for you. Happy birthday. She's going to lunch with friends. I love it. I love to hear what you guys are doing. All right, so there we go. There is the start. Okay, so we have May, we have about last month, and we have 2023. So I need to pick the colors. Now, the colors in the Here and There collection, I pulled out a couple of distressed inks that I thought may work. Now, before I pick the colors, I think I'm going to pick some of the embellishments that I want to use over here because like this is a very kind of browny orange. And if I'm not really using a lot of this color here, then I don't want to necessarily pull that maybe color in over here. So before I really pick colors, I think I will pick embellishments, my little die cuts over here. So I have pulled, I love this one, huh? This one doesn't really, well, unless, oh, then I would be covering up that. I'll end up doing a little bit of layering over here. So maybe that works. That might work right there. That little camera. I love these pieces, but I don't know if I'll end up using that just because it kind of reminds me of a lot of the photos. Let's see what else we have here. Little circle. What if we did maybe the circle that way? I don't know. If we had the circle going sideways, tucked in, we need something in there. We have some tickets here. Maybe we could put a little bit of a ticket over here. Just making some layers, right? Just adding a few layers here. This little guy, maybe that could go right there. Now, I really would like an airplane somewhere in here. Maybe we don't do that guy. Okay, let me pull out the sticker book from Here and There. As far as the products I'm using in the list today, there is a link in the description box of the video that says products I'm using. And if you click on that, that will take you to a page on my website that links you to the products that I'm using. Here's an airplane. So I definitely would like to use an airplane, but I think this airplane I may end up putting over here. I think we'll put an airplane over here. And I think maybe this guy is a little bit too big. So we'll keep moving things around. Let's look and see what else we might want to do here. Ooh, okay. So let's talk about washi for a sec. This little page here in the sticker book made me think of washi. So I think what I may do is maybe we'll take this guy, this little map, not map, that's not map at all. That is like little postmark things, kind of. If I put this down here, just to give a nice little accent along the bottom, that will help to fill in that space that's right over here, like so. And then need a little bit of a contrast. So maybe two things here. This is a nice chunky rainbow. I think we'll do that. I think that will be nice. We'll do that nice chunky rainbow. Rainbow stripe. Okay. Good morning, Denise. Nice to see you again. I was with Denise last night. I was with a number of you last night. Well, not with you, but you know, with you, like we're with each other today. Last night we did the June setup for the early summer traveler's notebook kit, which now is sold out. There were some questions last night about when the summer one for July and August would be available, and that I think it's going to be next week. Jessica, hi Jessica. Jessica said, "God morning, everyone." God morning to you, Jessica. Good morning. Little typo there. Always love it when I see Jessica pop in. Jessica and I go, oh, some of you, we go way back. Jessica and I go way back. We figured it out. I don't know, Jessica, a couple years ago maybe. We met when I was working for Scenic Route, a scrapbook manufacturer from back in the day. I think it was at CKU, Creating Keepsakes University, here in Utah. Jessica is the proud owner of the wonderful Color Cast Designs. She is like me. When I say like me, she is a small business owner, a female small business owner. And you guys know how much I love to support other small businesses, especially the female ones, right? So, hi Jessica, nice to see you. I think I'm feeling pretty good about adding those now. So let's just go ahead and get those down. Hotels, yes, 13. We were at 13 different hotels over 16 days. So yeah, there was a lot of moving around. We, well, I'll talk about that over here. All the numbers in addition to the 3 hotels. 13 hotels, 3 countries, 13 hotels. Denise, they are pictures from the trip. Yes, because that was pretty much May, right? Although, really, I mean, the idea book should have been in there because that was a really big part of May. That was a very big part of May, but no, I just ended up doing only the photos from the trip. All right, so let's see. We need something to go right here to fill in that little space. Something small. Let's look at stickers again. Let's look at stickers. Ding, ding, ding. This one's funny. I need a vacation. You know, sometimes when you go on a vacation, then you feel like you need a vacation from your vacation. Yes, it was, I tell you, there was no relaxing going on our vacation. It was, we like hit it hard. I mean, we saw so many things. There were so many things that we wanted to do. There are so many places in this world that we want to go see that we probably won't go back to those places again. So that's why we just made the most of it. We made the most of it while we were gone. And you always figure, well, you can rest when you get home, right? You can rest when you get home. Ooh, kind of like this one, Certified Amazing. There were a lot of certified amazings on this trip. I tell you what, oh my goodness. The parts of the world that we went to. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Ireland and Scotland. Both have been on my bucket list for, oh my goodness, a long, long time. So let's see if we do this. Maybe we do a little globe there, and we do Certified Amazing right there. And then I think we're gonna be good. Okay, we did some layers. That little guy gets a little bit lost, so I know I saw a couple of hearts in here. What if we tried to do, this might be a little bit too big. We might have to pull out a different heart. Theory about vacations. 2 weeks off is followed by 2 off weeks. Right, Colleen? I know. Unfortunately, in my world, it's just me. So there's no 2 off weeks after. I didn't do anything Wednesday work-wise, but Thursday, shipping orders right away. Marilee, I love that idea. I need to do a specific layout just for the idea book. It's such an accomplishment. You know what? I could totally do that. I could totally do a by the numbers, right? I could totally do a by the numbers list. Joanne asked a great question when it comes to about last month. She said, how do you decide what to use for pictures if you have a busy month? Do you ever do a waterfall of pictures? You could absolutely do a waterfall. You could do a pocket like I did here. So you could do a pocket where you add lots of photos in your little strips, or just keep adding, Now, if I had a lot of photos, it could turn into a 2-page spread, right? It wouldn't, or 4-page spread, I guess. No, if it's a spread, a 2-page, you know what I mean? I could do here, and then I could do another list with more photos if I wanted. So there's lots of different ways that I could add more in if I wanted. I could do a tip in. So I collected tons of postcards. I'll be doing something really fun with all the postcards I collected, but you could use washi to tip a postcard in and add additional photos to the postcard. There's one thing I'll show really quick. Where would that be? Where? Oh, I know. I don't need to find the list, because guess what? This is why the idea book is very helpful. Not only for you guys, but for me. So I want to show you a travel one. Chapter 13 travel starts on page 59. This is another idea on what you can do if you have more photos. So this guy right here. So this was a list. This is the start of it, and this is what it looks like opened up. But I used a 12 by 12 piece of paper and actually created, so that was probably like 11 inches wide by 8.25 tall. I scored it in the middle, so I was able to add tons of photos right there and made my list here, and it just folds right over. So that is what it looked like closed, and that's what it looked like open. But that let me have a ton of photos right there, one large photo there. But if I wanted to, I could have added more photos here, and really you could kind of just keep on going like that. If you did something like that, obviously it would start to get pretty thick, but that's another idea. You could create a little fold out to do the same thing. All right. I think we are kind of ready to go over here, and now I have a pretty good feel for colors. Bundled sage. Kind of have a lot of bundled sage going on in here. So let's take a look at that one. Will bundled sage work? I think it will. I think bundled sage will look nice. And then maybe I'll do wild honey as an accent. So starting out, bundled sage will be May. I need to grab a couple of things here. I need a pencil board. I know I don't think I've used that yet. So I need my eraser. And I'll use that guy to start. Okay. So I have a couple of different versions of this stamp set. One that I used when I was creating the class. I'll talk about that, the project kit. I'll talk about that in a minute. But it looks to me like I have not used this stamp yet, which means I need to condition it first, or prime it. There's a number of different ways that you can prime or condition your stamps. If you have a clear stamp, whether it's a photopolymer stamp or whether it's an acrylic stamp, you should always condition or prime it. If that's a new concept to you, oh my gosh, then you will love stamping after you do this, because if you're not conditioning your stamps, you are not dealing with the very thin invisible layer that is on those type of stamps, and you need to get that off. There's a number of ways you can get it off. I use a white block eraser. You know, I have those on my website. What I was just doing there really quick, I was now cleaning that off. I did not press super hard when I was erasing over the top of that. You don't need to, we're not trying to erase really dark pencil marks. We don't want a whole bunch of eraser tailings, I call them. So we're just kind of lightly erasing over the top of that. Then I cleaned it off, and now I need to dry it. This is another really important part. If you have wet your stamp, and I did with that little stamp chamois, you need to dry it before you apply the ink. Especially if you're using a type of ink that reacts to water, like Distress Oxide. So if my stamp is not completely dry and I stamp ink on it, I may not quite get the look that I'm going for, because if it's still wet, the water is interacting with the ink, and that happens with Distress Oxide. So I just used a microfiber cloth to dry that off. Those I also have on the website. I have the stamp chamois on order. They keep moving the date, so hopefully they'll be here sometime soon. Oh boy. All right, what did I do with the 2023? Okay. Well, we'll try to find that in a minute. I've set it somewhere and something picked it up. All right, so I cleaned it, I conditioned it, I cleaned it, and then I dried it. And now I am applying my ink, but I'm not ready to stamp yet. I am going to stamp, but I don't want to stamp yet on my project. I always want to test it first. The reason I test it first, I want to make sure that it is totally clean. I want to make sure it's dry. I want to make sure it is, I'm going to just clean that again. I want to make sure that my stamp is straight. I want to make sure that I like the color that I'm using. I want to make sure there's no little fibers or little hairs or lint pieces in the stamp or on the stamp, because that will affect the stamped impression. So all of those things will be revealed if they're going to be an issue when I do a test stamp, right? Much easier, much better to find those things out in a test as opposed to find those things out on my project, right? All right, so re-inking that up again. All right, I think let's take a look, make sure that we are going to like that. The color is not quite right, but I'm okay because I have lots of green in these photos. That's something that's very common in Ireland and Scotland, is green. The colors, you can't even describe them. It's amazing. So I'm okay with that green, even though it's not quite that. That is a very difficult color. This is a very difficult color to find. There's not really a mint, at least that Tim Holtz does. I keep holding out hope, but we haven't seen it yet. So bundled sage it is. All right, so I'm going to get that inked up again. I need to grab my pencil board. I'll end up inking that again. I need to grab my pencil board because I don't know, well, I do know, I can see what I have done previously, but there may be something in here that is going to cause my stamp not to make a nice even impression. So if I slide that pencil board underneath my page, then it gives me a nice flat surface to stamp or write on. That's what a pencil board is. It's a fancy name for a flat surface that you slide underneath something. So whatever you're doing looks nice, okay? That's a pencil board. You can make a pencil board out of really thin chipboard. I don't know, I've covered it in a couple classes on how to make them. But I also have made them myself. And that pencil board's on my website. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I usually start about 5 rows down. There we go. Okay, on a nice even pressure. There we go. Looking good. Now I want to clean that off right away because it's just a good idea to get in the habit of. I need a Misty. Kylie, I have a Misty. I use a Misty all the time. Problem with a Misty when you are working. Okay, let me back up. A Misty is a stamping platform, and it stands for Most Incredible Stamping Tool Invented. Literally, that's what Misty stands for. I use a Misty when I'm doing any kind of stamping on a standalone surface, whether it's a piece of cardstock, whether I'm doing a card or a tag. Sometimes I will use the Misty. Well, I always use the Misty when I'm doing my out the window because I always create that on a piece of cardstock and then adhere it. Much more difficult to use a Misty when you have something attached, right? This is attached. I am stamping directly on my insert. And so if I pull out my Misty, those of you that don't know what a Misty is, let me just grab one so you know. Stamping platform, right? So what you would do is you'd put your stamp over here. You would put your project or your piece of paper, whatever it is here, and then you would close the little door. If I am working in a book like this, it becomes a lot harder to do that. So generally I don't use a MISTI when I am working directly on the page, but a MISTI is an amazing tool. Amazing tool. All right. Kylie, if the big one would work. Yeah, Kylie, play with it. There's 3 different sizes of MISTIs, and MISTI's just one brand. There are a couple of different manufacturers that also make them, but they do like a big one for 12 by 12 size, like papers, projects. They do a medium and a small. It's like Goldilocks and the 3 bears. There's the papa, the mama, and the baby bear. This is baby bear. This is mama bear. The papa bear would be bigger. All right, so now I think what I want to do, I think I will use maybe this guy, Wild Honey, for About Last Month. And that tucks right under that. This guy's ready to be put away now. And, oh, here we go. I was going to say, I wish I had my Vanna. I don't have a Vanna. I always say I want a Vanna. I want a Vanna, so I could say Vanna, you know, Vanna, like Vanna White, like in Wheel of Fortune. Vanna, hand me the About Last Month. Vanna, put May back on the stamp block, or put it back on the sheet. Vanna. All right, I am going to downsize there. I'm going to downsize to a smaller stamping block. If you can work different size stamping blocks into your tools, so that you're not using the largest stamping block for your large stamps and your little teeny tiny stamps, I firmly believe that having the right size stamping block makes your stamping a lot easier. So I could still have used that other stamping block, the big one, but this is much smaller, right? Smaller, a little bit easier to stamp with. Terry, we do not. No time limit. Now, where's Nick? I see you guys saying hi to Nick. What in the world has Nick said so far? I don't know. I missed it. I don't know. Don't know. Well, I'm sure whatever it was funny. Oh, Nick, what is Nick's the boss? No time limit today. No, there is no time limit. Nick came home with an extra souvenir from our trip. He has a cold. Not a COVID, but a cold. And I don't know, I took a decongestant. Well, actually, I took some NyQuil daytime right before we started because, I don't know, I kind of feel it coming on. We'll see. Hope not. All right, so that is Wild Honey. And I just stamped that right below there so I could get a feel for what that looked like. Do we like that? I mean, it is a little bit, it's not as like orangey as that is, but I think it's okay. Let's see what else we might work with. So these are my stamps that I have swatched. Yeah, Rusty Hinge, don't want to use that one. Dried Marigold, definitely not right. Wild Honey, is that what I have? Wild Honey. I think that's what it's going to be. But what I have here are my swatches. So I have all of my inks swatched, and this is exactly why I swatch my inks, because it makes it much easier to find the color that I'm looking for. Yeah, I mean, Rusty Hinge. I mean, really, it's probably Rusty Hinge, but I don't know. I don't want to do Rusty Hinge. I'm going to do Wild Honey. I'm going to stick with the Wild Honey. Anyhow, makes it much easier to find the color that you want if you have things swatched, at least in my opinion. The majority of my stamps, the way that they come about, they are, you know what they say, necessity is the mother of invention. And the Swatch This Inks stamp set was one of my very first stamp sets that I released, because I'd started using a lot of colored inks when I was stamping, because Terry remembers, way back in the day, I would only use black, but I started using different colored inks, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's way too hard to have to pull out all your little inks to see what color matches. And also, you find that that is not necessarily representative of the actual color when it's stamped. So that's why I do that. All right, so, oh no! Okay, well, that's okay. Did you see what I did? Right here. No, I think Nick meant to say no naps for me. I made a list for him. You know, I made a list of things for him to do. He added to it. So look what I did. I got a little tiny bit of ink, and I believe that probably came from that. It did. So I accidentally put that right there. That's okay. No worries. No use crying over, not spilt milk, but no use crying over a little extra ink spot. Jessica asked, if you could pick one place from your trip to go back to again, where would you go? Country or city or landmark? So one of the things that when Nick and I were on our way home that we talked about, because every day I did a top three. What were my top three for the day? So we did what were our top five for the trip? For me, the thing that was most meaningful, like so much so that I was crying right after we did it, was Blarney and kissing the Blarney Stone. That was something that has been on my bucket list for a really long time. Oh, Kylie, I do have a sand eraser. I do. I got one. Hang on. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I have them in my shopping cart to see if I wanted to bring them in. So sand eraser. Let's see if it's working. Oh my goodness. Okay. It peeled off a little tiny bit of the paper. That's okay. So I will bring them in. I had used it a couple times, but I used it with black and it didn't necessarily work like I wanted it to, but sand eraser. So it's an eraser that has a little bit of friction to it. And basically, got to get rid of all those little eraser tailings up there. Basically, it just erased. It did a pretty good job right there of erasing that ink. Okay, you can still see it faintly, but not like you could before. One of you guys had recommended, maybe it was Kylie, one of you guys had recommended that I try one of those in the past. So yeah, that worked out awesome. Yes, Blarney, kissing the Blarney Stone. But I'd been to Amsterdam before. Nick had not. The only reason that we went to Amsterdam was that there's a direct flight. Salt Lake City is a hub for Delta. And we flew Delta, and it flies direct into Amsterdam. So that was really easy. We stayed 2 nights there and then went from there. So, and Nick hadn't been to Amsterdam before, so thought that would be a good place for us to start. Ireland and Scotland, loved them both so much. I am looking for that 2023 now. I shouldn't have taken it off the thing yet. So, it is missing in action. So, what I'm going to do is I am going to, hang on, nobody panic. My friend Karen says, nobody panic. Is there one in here? No. Okay, now is when I say, you guys, where is it? Do you see it? Do you see it? Not here. Oh, here it is. I found it. There it is, okay? Now, one thing that I need to do right now, I can feel on that back side, it is not very sticky. So, if your stamps ever do not stick anymore to the stamping block, or they don't stick anymore to their little sheet, nothing wrong with the stamp. It just means that it has a little bit of lint or dirt or dust on it, okay? So you just need to clean it off. So I just have a little cloth there, a little spray bottle that has water in it, and I just sprayed it on the cloth and wiped it off. That will now make it sticky again so that it sticks to the stamping block. All right, there we go. There's 2023. So what do I want to use here? Maybe I had pulled out a couple of blues. I don't know. Let's look at Stormy Sky. I also missed something else. There was another question about, oh, I know. Someone said, okay, let me back up. So Jessica, loved going to Blarney. Blarney is a beautiful little town. The castle and the grounds at the castle it's amazingly gorgeous, but I would not go there again because, I've been there, right? Scotland is amazingly beautiful, so is Ireland. So that's a hard one for me. Cliffs of Moher were unbelievable, out of this world. We actually drove through 3 national parks on the trip between Ireland and Scotland. Those were amazingly beautiful. How did we plan the trip? Somebody just asked how we planned the trip. We knew that we wanted to go Scotland and Ireland. It was many, many, many hours of figuring out the places we wanted to see and mapping it out and figuring out hotels. We didn't use a travel agent. We did it all on our own because we didn't want to be stuck with a predefined itinerary. I mean, we wanted to, like a canned itinerary. And it probably, I would imagine, I don't know. I'm not a travel agent, so I don't know if it would be the case. But I think that if we had tried working with a travel agent and trying to have, explain to that person all the things we wanted to see and what we wanted to do, we may have spent as much time figuring all that out and explaining to them as we did just planning on our own. So I don't know, but that's how we did it. All right, I think that'll be okay. I am using Stormy Sky. So Stormy Sky will be used for 2023. I still have my little pencil board there, and that is intended to go right there. So 3 parts, 3 separate stamps, and I always stamp them separately. Even if I'm just doing one color, even if I'm just doing a single color, I always stamp those 3 separately so that I can decide exactly where I want them to go and exactly how close I want them to be to each other. All right, there we go. Colleen said, how is it driving on the other side of the road? So Nick did it. Other side of the road, other side of the car, and then roundabouts. So if you did not know, there are lots of roundabouts in Scotland and Ireland, as there are other parts of the world. I counted 204 roundabouts that we went through. Roundabouts, you are going through clockwise in those countries as opposed to counterclockwise. So you really, really have to think and focus. You are driving on the left side of the road. You are going through a roundabout clockwise instead of counterclockwise, and you're driving on the right side of the car. So your brain totally has to make some adjustments, but not bad. We had 2 fender benders, because I counted those too. They weren't bad. One in a parking garage. Nick hit the wall, but it was fine. Just, it didn't make any mark, but kind of, I shouldn't say hit the wall, tapped the wall. And then another one where he was trying to turn around and just kind of rammed into a big bush. And Nick's right. The other side of the road is not so bad. The roads are incredibly narrow. So when you get in Scotland up to, we were in Isle of Skye, in some cases you are on a single lane road. There is no shoulder at all, and the roads are super narrow. So you are on a single lane road, and it is 2-way traffic. 2-way traffic on a single lane road. Blind corners. That part is, oh yeah. I did a lot of holding on in some cases to the little, bar thing, the little thing that you hold on to. All right, done with the stamp set. So this can now go away. It can get put away. Thank you, Melissa and her cat's adventures. Yes, after I found it. Thank you so much for going back and looking. It was on the back of the sticker book. I know that's where usually I can ask you guys, what did I do with that? And then you saw what I did, or you can go back and look. So thank you. Yeah, when in doubt, roundabout again. That's the nice thing. You can literally go through roundabouts. The worst one that we came upon was 3 lanes wide, a roundabout that was 3 lanes wide, and it had 6 different offshoot exits. So, oh my goodness, that's like, yeah, sometimes you have to turn down the radio because there's so many, you're like, I can't even think. Yeah, so fun though, so fun. Kylie, 204 roundabouts equals 204 panic attacks. Yeah. 3 lanes, 7 exits. Do they drive fast over there? We didn't do a lot of what we would call freeway or interstate driving. I don't know what they call them there. But we didn't do a lot of that. We did a lot of back roads. Where we could, we took the back roads because you could see more that way. So I don't know. Maybe Nick can attest to that. Oh, 60 mile per hour on narrow winding roads. Okay. Susan. Okay, Susan. Susan had gone to Scotland a number of years ago, and she had shared some of their itinerary with us. Susan, we stayed at two of the hotels, Marine North Berwick and the one in Inverness, Nesswalk. Oh my goodness. Susan, they were amazing, 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 and thank you so much for sharing your itinerary with us, because those two hotels were just like off the hook, unbelievable, unbelievable. Joe Disney fan, favorite castle? Yes, I think this one is called Blair Castle. This little guy right there. Look at that, looks like Disneyland. It is, if I remember, I'd have to look at, well, this is how I remember the details, you guys. This is part of why, to me, it's so important that I document things while they're fresh, because I could go back to the day that we were at that castle. Look at Blair Castle, and it tells me it was first started in 1269. It spans the medieval Georgian Victorian eras through the present day. So that one still, and it looks amazing, but on the inside, it's still fully intact on the inside. A lot of the a lot of the castles that you go to are the ruins, right? Ruins of the castles, but that one was amazing. I'd say that was my favorite one. Colleen said, how do I put the name and date on the photos? If you saw those photos or any of my photos on social media while I was gone, there is an app that I use. It is called Weather App. Weather Shot, not Weather App, Weather Shot. And it pulls the information from when the photo was taken. So even if I didn't, like, let's say I took that photo, and you can't see the part below it because I didn't include that there, but it has the date, the time, the sunrise, sunset. If you add that later, it still knows all that information when the photo was taken. It knows the date, it knows the time, it knows the temperature, it knows sunrise, sunset. Tons of different formats, but that's what I use, or little overlays that you can put on your photos, but that's what it is. It's called Weather Shot. Okay, now we are just about ready. I need to add my little airplane, because I'm going to add a little airplane over here. Is that number 12 in the TN Day 21? I hope not. 12? 21? I'm confused. 12. Do you see it backwards? That one. I think I'm confused, Dora. I don't know. 12. I'm sure I'm not understanding what you're asking. Okay. Yes, and here we go. Here we go. One of the most surprising is that number 21 is the number 12 in the TN Day 21. Sorry, it is not. I understand now. The number 12 is day. Oh, it's day 12. Yes, it's day 12. The number 12 is day 12. So this will make more sense. Back here, day 1 through 10, it says day number 10, day number 9. But the stamp set that I was using on that one is from Paper Curator. That's the one I have on my website that says 10. It stops at 10. So that's when I got to double digit dates, that's what that means. I understand now. That's day 12. Okay, so let's put our little airplane over here. Maybe if we just put it right about here. How about if it just goes about right here? And we'll have, I think, part of it bleed off the page because it's pretty big. We'll have part of it bleed off and I'll cut it. Colleen, thanks. I am upgrading to a grown-up phone and will be able to add apps. Yeah, it's a pretty awesome app. It is a pretty awesome app. I first learned about it years ago, so many years ago, and fellow teacher Debbie Shue. It's just a fun way to add some interest to your photos. Okay, so now we are ready to do the documenting my list. Let me get this out of the way. And I need a little bullet stamp. I would like to have a bullet stamp to separate the things on my list. So this is always a run-on list. Basically, it's just a run-on list of things, and then I like to have a little bullet stamp to separate all the things on my list. Nancy, did you just get some happy mail? That's fun. Good, good, good. All right, so let's get bullets and more too. I think I may keep this one. I don't know, maybe pretty simple. Let's look. I think this one, oh yes, so this one has bullets and more too. Well, you have a car, there's a few travel. You have a car and an airplane. But I think I might keep it pretty simple. I think I might just use, I think I'm gonna go to the original, the OG bullets and more, and just use the little like bullet, right? The little bullet, which is just a little circle. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to get the stylus out because the stylus is what makes using those little tiny bullet stamps so easy to do. It's just a 6-inch acrylic rod, the stamping stylus. And I put my little stamp on the end, and then that makes it super easy. What color? You know what I might want to do? I don't know. Do I want to bring in that blue? There's lots of blue here, so kind of blue in the water, blue here, blue here, blue here, blue there, blue, but not really much blue down here. What if I really go rogue? What if I try to pull in maybe just a little bit of brown? Let's look at like, ooh, brushed corduroy could be fun. Oh my, brushed corduroy. I think maybe brushed corduroy. Let's look at that. Brushed corduroy. My fan just turned off. I think when I was messing with it before, hold on. Brushed corduroy. I think when I was messing with it before, I must have set the timer. That is not gonna happen. I gotta turn that back on again. There we go. All right, brushed corduroy. So let's see if we like the way that looks. We'll test it first, right? Always test, always, 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 because I might not, I mean, I pretty much know what the stamp looks like, right? But I might not like the color. Let's just do it. I'm introducing a new color over there. All right, so to start out, the things that I have on my list, I have written them all down in my little handy dandy notebook. So most of the things on my list are about our trip. However, there are a few things that happened in early May before that. We did our first Harvey trip of the year. So Harvey is our RV, our first Harvey trip of the year. And we went to the Little Grand Canyon. The Little Grand Canyon is in Utah, and it's beautiful. So that was one of the things that we did. We did, Lainey, my sister. Lainey in town. We had dinner twice with her and my mom. I launched my listing with Lael Idea Book. The second edition was just delivered this week, right after we got back. And National Scrap Day. So those are the things that are non-trip related. Non-trip related. So you guys are talking about the app. It is not a free app, but I don't know. I might be grandfathered into it. I'm fairly certain that I don't pay for it. Free for Android, the basic overlays. Paid version gets you more options. Yes, I think that's right, Deborah, because I don't think I pay for it. So maybe I just have like the basic options. So that's something I would for sure test out before you, before you pay or subscribe. Okay, now we move into documenting or listing about the trip. And one of the things that I did, I kept track of all different kinds of numbers. And when I document the trip post, besides the documenting I've already done, I will have a list that is part of my documenting that is our trip by the numbers. But what I thought it might be fun to do is, instead of like trying to list all the things that we did and all of that, I'm going to include the numbers part of our trip here in the rest of my About Last Month trip or list. So we did 18-day trip for our 28th anniversary. We did 3 countries. Netherlands, which Amsterdam, Ireland, and Scotland. So we did 3 countries. We had 5 flights. Amsterdam, or Salt Lake to Amsterdam, Amsterdam to Ireland, or to Dublin, Dublin to Edinburgh, Glasgow to Amsterdam, and then Amsterdam back to Salt Lake. 5 flights. That was 11,062 miles flown. This is a really easy, non-pressure way to document a trip, is to just list all the numbers, right? The flights, the countries or the cities or the states, if you're traveling non-internationally, miles you flew, miles you drove. So we drove 1,629 miles driven in the 2 rental cars, right? Rental car in Scotland, rental car in Ireland. Get this, you guys. 249,596 steps. And those are just my steps. Those aren't Nick's steps. So that many steps, 16 days, did not count the travel days, okay? 249,596 steps. That was 111. No, hold on. 111.56 miles walked in 16 days. That's a lot of steps. To say that we like fell into bed exhausted every night would be an understatement. That is a lot of steps. I think that averaged around about to like 8 miles a day walked. We did a ton of walking, especially when you consider that we also did that much driving. It was a lot of walking. We did 3 museums. Those we did all while we were in Amsterdam. Van Gogh, Moco, we saw some Banksy, which that was so cool. And then we did Rembrandt House, which is really awesome. 21 castles. All of those in Ireland and Scotland. 8 beaches. Right? You are on, Ireland is an island. Scotland is attached to England, but there's a ton of coast there, right? So lots of beaches. Now, the beaches were not like laying out in our swimsuits. Beaches there, for the most part, were very cold and blustery. But I found some amazing sea glass. Oh my goodness, like I can't even, unbelievable sea glass, which I was not expecting. We did 12 pubs. We did 13 hotels. We did 3 national parks. We did 4 near misses, like traffic related near misses. 4 near misses. We did 2 fender benders. We saw 1 windmill, and that was not in Amsterdam, because we were Amsterdam. Generally you see windmills outside of the city more country. Let's see. Sharon said, anyone here from Oklahoma? Yes, Mindy and Kim, right? I think Mindy and Kim are here. Mindy said last night that they were going to be here. They are together, but they are from Oklahoma. Colleen said that is some serious frequent flyer points. So Colleen, yes, Nick and I both travel a lot for our Nick for his job and me for my business. So not all of our flights, but our flights to and from Amsterdam were all frequent flyer miles. So yeah, that makes it much more affordable trip for sure. 1 windmill. We did 2 ferry rides. 2 ferry rides when we were in Ireland, and we took a ferry to the Aran Islands, and then rented e-bikes when we were there and tootled around. 8 lighthouses. Lots of lighthouses there, obviously, because all of the coast, the water. 8 lighthouses. We didn't go to all of them. Yes, Martine, 1 squirrel sign. Yes, I know, loved that. That was so fun, the squirrel sign. Squirrel crossing. 1 shipwreck. We saw 1 shipwreck. That was off of shipwreck. Off of one of the Aran Islands. We had 1 train ride. We rode the train from Schiphol, which is the airport in Amsterdam, to the downtown area, because that was really easy to do, and I'd done that before, so I felt really comfortable doing that. No trains otherwise. We did 204 roundabouts. Roundabouts. That's a lot of roundabouts. Roundabouts in those countries, in most cases, they're like a freeway exit here in the US. So when you're on these roads, some of the busier roads, in a lot of cases, there's not a freeway exit to go to the little town that you want. You're in a roundabout. So lots and lots of roundabouts. 204 roundabouts. Sheep. Way too many to count, right? There was no way. Way too many to count. Souvenirs. Souvenir. I think that's right. Souven. Souvenir. A whole suitcase full. Distilleries. We went to 2 distilleries. A gin distillery outside of St. Andrews, and the Oban whiskey distillery in Oban. Then we did kissed the Blarney Stone. So now these are just a few big ones. Now that I kind of have the kind of numbers part out of the way. Kissed the Blarney Stone. We visited the Cliffs of Moher, which, oh my goodness, unbelievable. Cliffs of Moher. Almost done here, friends. Drove the Isle of Skye. So Cliffs of Moher in Ireland, Isle of Skye in Scotland. Also drove through a place called Glencoe in Scotland, which is like when you think Scotland and you think like Braveheart and you think Skyfall, that is what that is. Unbelievable. Now that was on Memorial Day, So Memorial Day here in the U.S., but it was a holiday there in Scotland, so that we could barely even pull over. There were so many people there, but stunning. And then found the most amazing sea glass. Okay, there we go. So now, don't love the brown there, but that's okay. That brushed corduroy, don't love it, but it's fine. All right, we need a few more things here. Just a few more things, and then we are going to wrap it up. I feel like I need a word strip sticker here. Let's go back. Let me go back to the sticker book. Let's see what we want to do here. I also need something probably right up in there. Oh, this would work. How about this little guy, the geotag with the car in it? Since we did so much driving, that works right there. There we go. And then I need something right here. So I need my visual triangle. Spot, spot. I need something right down here to complete that visual triangle. So let's see what it is. Traveling is my therapy and I need a lot. You know what? For me, it absolutely is. Absolutely. Travel is a super big, important part of my life. It always has been. My dad was in the Navy when I was growing up. So we traveled quite a bit, moved quite a bit, traveled quite a bit. We lived in Japan for 4 years. And then did a lot when I was 4, 5, and 6, 3 years. And did even traveling there while we were there. Let's look. Maybe each day is a new adventure. Let's see if we like that there. Do we like that? I like the width of it. It just feels like it's a little dark. So let's take that one off. It's just a little dark there at the bottom. I think we will go with World Class Traveler. How about that? Or oh, maybe this one. Come Away With Me. Oh, that's a Nora Jones song. Come Away With Me. You like that there? Not really, but it's okay. What's making me not like that one is that green. It seems like it's way off. So I'm going to find one more, friends, and then we'll be done. Okay, one more. Let's just find one more. And then we'll call it good and move on. Memories made here. Maybe that's the one. Because we definitely made memories, right? Oh, there we go. That works. Memories made here. Okay, there we go. All done. I loved your drinks. I loved your drinks with your photos in them. What? I don't remember that. Paper Piece. Counted the roundabouts on my phone. Just kept track of them on my phone. All right, guys. I think we're done. We are done. We're ready to roll on that one. So let me get these things put away. Let me get this collection put away, and we'll start talking about our next list. Next up is something called house rules. So I've talked about this wonderful woman a number of times before, but my friend Allison Kimball. Allison and I met at a scrapbook store. Oh my goodness, now I bet at least 20 years ago. At least 20 years ago. She started listing. Well, I shouldn't say she started listing. I should say she reached out during the pandemic and said, "Oh my gosh, I'm listing with you." And anyhow, she sent me a large attachment and said, "Here are some of the lists that I've just been, kind of have on my list to do, like hundreds." And she said, "If you ever want to use any of these, here you go." And so every once in a while I refer to them, and I pulled our second list from that list, our second list for today, from that list that Allison sent. I thought this was a really fun one. House rules. Okay, house rules. You went to a bar and had drinks. I think they had your photo in them. Maybe. I don't remember. This was probably one of my favorite photos from the trip. We had just left the castle in Edinburgh, and we're walking down the street, which is the Royal Mile, which is amazing. Tons of rubber snake shops and restaurants and pubs and things like that. But We had lunch in a pub, and as we were leaving, there was a rubber snake souvenir shop next door. And outside, they had these bins of all of these hats. And so I said, Nick, let's put these hats on and take a photo, selfie. So there we are, those hats. We did not get them. After the fact, I'm like, well, that was silly. We should have got them because they were very fun and they would be great for, costume parties, and they'd be great for when we go to the University of Utah football games, because Utah's colors are red and black. So when we were in Glasgow, we found some. Well, we found one for Nick. I could never find one, so I ended up, I think, we'll see, finding one on Amazon. So we'll see. But it's really funny because you can see right there, there's like a security tag on my hat. All we did was take a photo and then put them back. But yeah, some really fun souvenir shopping. The woolen items in both of those countries, Scotland, Ireland, oh my goodness. Tweed, wool, scarves. I mean, just amazing, amazing, amazing things. Amazing. All right, getting the rest of this stuff put away. This again, the collection was here and there, and you'll find that on the website. Linked in the description box of the video under the what I am using link. This is also the collection that I am using. I have used in the travel mini book project kit that ships later this month. Okay, let's see if I can add that. Okay, so anyhow, second list is house rules. So house rules would be rules that you have at your house. The one that I included in the email that went out when I was kind of trying to describe this is, for us, no phones at the dinner table. Hi, Ashley. Nice to see you. No phones at the dinner table. That is one of the house rules in our house. That is a rule that we put into place when the kids were young, right? Because, no one wants to be sitting having dinner with kids or adults, right, that are staring at their phone the entire time. That is one of my pet peeves. We were at this really cool Italian restaurant when we were in Glasgow, called the Italian Kitchen, and this older couple was seated next to us, and he was on his phone the entire time. And his wife, I assumed it was wife, it turned out it was his wife, was just kind of sitting there and looking around, and I felt so bad. I was so annoyed. I felt so bad. And so I just started talking to her. And Nick and I ended up having the best conversation with this couple. And they were probably, I don't know, maybe late 70s, maybe. She was from the area. She was from Scotland. He was from Romania. And they live in Newport Beach, California. So weird. But anyhow, we ended up having a great conversation with them. Just because I was so annoyed that he was on his phone the whole time, that I felt so bad for her that I'm like, I'm just going to strike up a conversation with her. And she was very, very, very happy to have a conversation. And then as soon as that started, then he started getting into the conversation, and then Nick was kind of sitting next to him. So yeah, anyhow, that is one of our house rules. No phones at the dinner table. All right, so for this list, I am going to use some products from the Sunkissed collection. I'm just looking at the chat for one really quick sec. Nancy, it bothers me when families are all in electronics and not having conversation with each other. And that's one of my personal pet peeves. And I'm not, making any judgments. That's just one of my personal pet peeves. So, yeah, that's one of our house rules. And I think I should have asked the boys ahead of time. Nick and I were talking about the house rules this morning because he's like, what are your lists? And I was telling him, and it'd be interesting if I asked the boys what they thought the house rules were, if they, would even think of that. But that's one. All right, so using Sunkissed, I'm going to stamp my title for house rules, and I'm going to use the Willie alphabet stamp for that, for the title. Now let's see, I pulled out some of the papers from Sunkissed. This is going to be a pretty colorful layout, or list, not layout, list. let's see what we have here. I need 2 pieces of white cardstock for my list. So my list will be on white cardstock. Hold on, sorry, I'm reaching across the table to try to grab that white cardstock. All right, so let's see. That one works. That one totally works as a base. Now, does this one work as a base, or am I going to lose a lot of it? Yeah. See, that one doesn't work as well as a base because... Oh, maybe. All right, I need my trimmer. We'll see what happens when we get there. We'll see what happens when we get there. So house rules. I am curious, you guys. Joe disconnected from the chat. I don't know, Joe. I didn't do anything to you. I don't know. That is odd. So while I'm starting to cut, I'm curious, you guys, house rules. Do you have house rules? And they're not like they're written down. It just may be kind of, you know, understood. These are understood house rules. All right, so what I need to do is, if this is going to be my background, I need to trim it to, this is an 8x8 piece from Sunkist, so I don't need to trim the height. I need to trim it to 4 3/4. So that makes my piece 4 3/4 by 8. The inserts that I use, again, they're standard wide, so this is 5 by 8.25. If I trim to 4 3/4 by 8, it gives me a nice little white border, the page all the way around. I need my corner rounder. And, whoops, wrong one. Hang on. Uno momento. There we go. And while I'm over here, let's have another sip of coffee. House rule number 1, control the thermostat, said Sarah. Julie, no phone calls after 9 p.m. So that's interesting. I always, in my head, it was always like 10 is the cutoff. And I don't know if that's still like a thing with people. If I always just think, oh my gosh, no, you can't call people like even 10. Calling after 10 would be a lot. Desby Glitter. Desby Glitter said, hello, Lael. My name is Arlene. Hi, Arlene. Welcome. This is my first time watching you live. I usually get the replay. Just wanted to let you know that I'm really enjoying your listing and my new orders from you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm glad that you popped in and said hello. Denise, her number 1 is clean up your own mess. Joe Disney fan also said clean up after yourself right away. Put a new roll on the toilet paper if you use up the last one. That's another one in our house. Absolutely. Turn off the lights. No phones at the table. No TV in the kitchen. Aha. Yes, Pat. That's another big one. Okay. So, now, if you guys were looking at that thinking, house rules, what the heck does she mean by that? Now, does that make sense? At least that's in my head what I was thinking. Nancy said, empty bottles don't go back in the fridge, right? Oh, that's, some of these things could tie in very easily, well, with a pet peeves list, right? A pet peeves list. We've done a pet peeves list once in the past. But yes, putting empty things away. I don't want to put empty things back in the fridge, right? That's definitely a pet peeve. All right, so there we go. That is one side. Now let's look at this guy to see if this will work. I think we will make this one. So my list will go on here. Oopsie. There and there. Let's see what that ends up being. They're always the same when I do this. 4, let's see. They usually end up being the same. That is about 4 inches wide. Usually, maybe it's a little bit narrower sometimes. 4 inches wide by 7 1/4. Or either 4 inches wide by 7 1/4 or 3 3/4 by 7 1/4. All right, that's good. That's a nice little piece there. So I needed to figure that out because I needed to know what size to make it on this side to see if that paper would work. So let's grab another piece of white cardstock. The white cardstock I use is a Nina Bright White. I have it linked in the description of the video. I buy it in like 250 packs on Amazon because I use it a lot. I also use it in, I also use it in some of my project kits, but some of you have asked if I would sell them, like break up the packs and sell them, so I do. It's definitely, if you're gonna use white cardstock, it's definitely better for you to buy it on Amazon, because it's just a lot less expensive, but for me, I have to get it and then pay someone to collate it and put it in a bag and all of that, so. Either way, it is a Nina Bright White, either Amazon, that's where I get it, or you can find them in packs of 25 on my website. All right, there we go. 4 by, what was that, 7 1/4? Yep, 4 by 7 1/4. So let's look to see if we'll like how this looks over here. I think it'll work. Then that way we get a little bit of that color in there. Yeah, let's do it. All right. So trim this guy. Well, we just need to trim off the product strip. And then it is 4, right? 4 inches wide. Let me just double check. No. 4 3/4. Why was I thinking? No, 4 is my other one. Wow, that would have been bad. I'm glad I just checked that. That I really would have ruined that little piece. All right, so we'll put this guy over here. And around these corners. Lori, hi Lori. Lori said, hi Lael, this is a fun list. Just finished doing my first ever June monthly TN pocket and covers. So fun, I love that. Love that for you, Lori. No more than one junk drawer. Oh, that's a good one, Laura. Dora. No TV during dinner. Yes. Dinner that is always eaten at the dining room table. So I'm going to talk about that one. Check expiration dates often on food. Karen said, remove shoes when you come in the house. Does not apply to other guests. Aha, Susan. So only to you and your husband and the kids, but not your guests. That's kind of how we are. Kind of. Let's see. Watch your language. There you go. Measure twice, cut once. Be nice and respectful. Yes, right? Lots of great house rules. And you may be like, house rules? We don't have any of those. But what'll be interesting is like when Nick and I were talking about this one, I didn't give him any like direction when we first started. When he's like, what are your lists today? I just said, this one is house rules. And he's like, well, like, what do you mean? And I said, well, I don't know. You tell me. What do you think I mean? And then kind of let him go and figure out what that would be. All right, hang on. I need to get one more piece of this for this side. And I sort of already did this, but I guess I didn't. No, I did. Am I losing my mind? Yes, but no, but yes. I don't know what I did. It's sleep. Don't mind me. It's just lack of sleep. All right, 4 inches wide by, is that 7 1/4? 7 1/4. All right, here we go. Here we go. Now we're almost ready to go. We are almost ready to roll. These will be, my list will go there. My list will go on those. Now, there is a lot of white here, and there's a lot of color. But there's also a lot of white in between these stripes and these stripes. So I feel like I need to add a little something to both of those pieces to kind of bring it all together. And with that, I am going to ink the edges of both of those pieces. So I think that I will ink them both in the same color. What do I want to use here? Let's grab this. Not brushed corduroy. I'm really drawn to this green lately, like the mowed lawn. And I used it on the, so there's mowed lawn over here. There's no mowed lawn over here. But I actually feel okay using mowed lawn because the other things, let me just double check, that I will be pulling in I will be pulling in some of these little alpha stickers, okay? And that is pretty much dead on. So that'll bring in some green. And then I am going to use either these. These are the Love Blooms stickers from Sunkissed. And these are the Love Blooms die cuts from Sunkissed. So I'll be bringing in a whole bunch more color through there. So I feel okay using Mowed Lawn. So, Mowed Lawn, where did that one come from? Seedless Preserves. Oh, golly, what's happened here? Hang on. Seedless Preserves is here. I should be putting these away. I haven't been putting them away. So somewhere along the way, I've lost those two little guys. I'll have to create those again. All right, I'm looking for Mowed Lawn. Mowed Lawn is right here. This is how I store and organize my little foam blending tops. Okay, that's what I'm going to use to, This is a case of, I didn't put these away after we did that sunburst before. So I need to pull one of these off. So I have the little handle. These little storage cases with the little cards and the pre-punched circles and the little, not acrylic, Velcro pieces to kind of put all that together. Those are a product on my website. Okay. Those are also linked in the what I'm using video or description page on my website. Hello. All right. So I'm going to ink the edges. I need Mowed Lawn again. I need the ink. Now that I have the Mowed Lawn little foam blender, right? That's Mowed Lawn. And there we go. So I'm just taking that. I'm rubbing that across the top of the ink in a circular motion. All right, I wanted to make sure that one side of this has just a very faint texture to it and the other has no texture. So I wanted to grab the side that didn't, I wanted to make sure that I was on the side that didn't have any texture. It's very, very, very faint, but since I am stamping my title on one of these, I wanted to make sure that it was super faint. Super, super, super faint. If the dog is on your lap, you don't need to move. I love that, Diana. One of the house rules, right? One of the house rules, if you have a pet or a child on your lap, you don't have to get up to do something. Ask Sandra, that's a good one. Ask before using anything in my craft studio. That's good. I don't really have to have that house rule at my house with Nick and the boys. Well, the boys were empty nesters, so the boys aren't here anymore, but that was really never an issue. Now, I imagine if I had girls, that would, I should say, hang on, that's being very stereotypical. For us in our house, the boys were never really interested in many crafts, although during the pandemic, in the early days when right after Sam had to come home from college, he was so bored to tears because, you know, no one could leave the house. He was doing a little bit of watercoloring one day. So, but yeah, our boys were never really interested in crafts. So I don't know, maybe if I had had girls, maybe they would have been interested in crafts, but you never know, right? You never know. So yes, stay out of my craft studio or my craft room or whatever. Was never one of our house rules, but I could certainly understand how it could be. Absolutely. Have got to ask. No maid lives here. Sewing scissors are not for cutting paper. Hi, Kim. Kim said, love Sam. Yeah, love Sammy Lou. Sam Balamba. Sam was busy creating 3 new charms while I was gone. Well, creating. I designed them and then he puts them all together. That's his little side hustle. Okay, so here we go. Now I am going to outline both of these. I love it that you guys, Kim and Mindy, are now welcoming someone else into your little Oklahoma fold. I love that. Kim and Mindy met each other. I think I started telling the story and then I think I forgot to finish it. Anyhow, met Mindy in Spokane and Mindy moved to Oklahoma, and then I had just met Kim through our Saturday sessions, you know, just from emailing back and forth and things. And I put two and two together and said, wait a minute. Kim lives in Oklahoma and Mindy just moved to Oklahoma, and it turned out they live like an hour away from each other. And now they're like friends and they totally get together like today and they're doing this together, which just warms my heart. Makes me so happy. Makes me so happy. All right, do you see how adding that little bit of color around the outside just makes a huge difference, right? It just kind of helps it to pop a little bit. Okay, so now we have our title. And I'm going to stamp the title, House Rules, and I'm going to use the Willy Alpha. Oh my goodness. Oh, there it is. I'm like, oh no, there's an N missing. It's just down here. It needs, you know what? It needs a little bit of water on the back of it. I can tell it's got a little bit of lint or dust or something on. That's why it fell down. Okay, House Rules. So I think what I might want to do is, hang on. I am going to use a small little guy, and what was I just thinking? I don't know. Oh, I need black because I'm going to stamp in black, and then I will color them in. So what I'm thinking is, I might mix case here. So I have this stamp set, 6x8, hand drawn by my friend Christine, Pop Daisy Art. So this is a collaboration with Christine. All of those little alphas. So uppercase, lowercase, and in some cases you have multiple lower cases. So you have an A that has nothing inside of it, and then you have an A there that has little circle in the middle. Some of you have asked for another version of this stamp. That would be everything is solid, so that you could stamp like a solid A and then stamp the outline version over it. So that's in the works. That is in the works. So let me look. House Rules. I think I better start. I'd start here. HOUSERULES. Okay. I have not adhered this yet. And I am not going to adhere this until after I stamp. And that way it makes it a lot easier. Okay. That makes it a lot easier when I do this. I have already conditioned or primed all those stamps, so I don't need to do that again. That's my little tip. When you get a brand new stamp set like that has a ton of little stamps on it, do yourself a favor and just prime the whole sheet at once. So when I say prime the whole sheet, here you go. Take your little eraser and just erase over the top. Do them all at once. That way you know they're all done. Okay, so actually, hang on. Let's go here. All right. So I'm going to stamp each of these individually. I could take all the letters to spell House Rules and put them on a larger stamping block, okay? Or depending on the size of my stamping block, maybe I just do House in one and then Rules separately. Or I take a really big stamping block and do House Rules. I am not going to do that. I'm going to stamp each of those individually. The reason I'm going to do that, I like for my letters to be pretty close to each other. I like for them to be nice and tight, butted up against each other. And that's my preference. Just me. I say you do you. But if I line all of the stamps to spell a word up on the same block, I can't get them as close together as I want because you have a little bit of the buffer rubber in between each of the stamps. So that is why I'm doing what I am doing. Hang on. I just got ink on the top of that. We don't want that there. That will cause a problem down the road. All right. So stamping each of those individually. And I just have to kind of guess here, right? I just have to kind of guess. Am I far enough left? Am I too far? Do I have enough room? I hope I have enough room, right? Clean that off. And I'm not going to worry about drying it because it'll dry on its own. I'm not like stamping with another color or anything with it, so I'm okay. H-O We're good? This is one of, I don't know how many, 5? I think 5 or 6, maybe 6 stamps in my March release that I did in collaboration with my friend Christine of Pop Daisy Art. And they're all hand drawn. It's all her handwriting. House. H-O-U. And what I liked about them, the outline, is then you can stamp and then you can color them in. So I'll probably use, I don't know, we'll see. I'll either use colored pencils or markers. We'll see. H-O-U-S. Denise said, you are brave to stamp each one at a time. But I know that way, Denise, I'll really like the way it looks. Otherwise, I can't get them close enough together. Ooh, and I hope, guess what's going to happen? House rules. We're not going to have enough room, I don't think. So we may have to come up with a plan B here. We may have to come up with a plan B. But I'm not worried. I am not worried if we have to do that. House. All right, let's look. Because I know that's backwards. Oh yeah, we're not going to have anywhere enough room. Okay, that's all right. So let's. We'll see. I'm going to start backwards below it for the rules. Okay. Because I don't want them to be even. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this turns out. Denise said, that's exactly why I would have done it on a practice sheet first. Yeah. I may have, if we weren't all together, I may have done it on a practice sheet first. I don't know. Now, when you're stamping backwards, got to think hard, right? Have to think hard. I respell it in my head every time. R-U-L-E-S. R-U-L-E-S. L. Da-da-da-da-da. L. We'll put something there and there. We'll be fine. Alrighty, we're almost done. This is like the age-old debate, alpha stickers or alpha stamps. Alpha stickers or alpha stamps. Some of you are like, oh my gosh, this takes way too much time. I hate stamping alphabets. I'd rather use alphabet stickers. It goes so much faster. And then some of you say, well, that doesn't work because what if you want to have a special color for your alpha and you don't have that color of alpha sticker? Or what happens if you run out of letters? So, pros and cons of both things. Takes a lot longer when you're individually stamping or even stamping, but also gives you more flexibility in terms of color, and you never run out of the letter, right? You always have the letter that you need. House rules. Okay. Okay, I have there's another alpha coming in the June release. June release stamps. They are all submitted to the stamp company or the manufacturer. And I'm hoping that I have my samples for next weekend. Because if I have them for next weekend, I'll put them up for pre-order. And we'll do show and tell next weekend. Because then we are not together. We're together today the 3rd. We're together the 10th. And then I'm out of town again the next 2 weekends in a row. While I'm just putting this away, Nick, my husband, has business in Toronto. And my dear friend Vicki Booten happens to live outside of Toronto. So I will be joining Nick the end of his business trip, and then we're going to go stay at Vicki and Rich's house one night, and then we're going to go to a hotel for 2 nights with them in Niagara Falls area and Niagara on the lake. And yes, so I will not be here one Saturday because of that. Our husbands have never met. Vicky and I have been friends for many years. Oh my gosh, so many years. But our husbands have never met. Now, I've been to her house a bunch of times. She's been to my house a bunch of times. So she's met my family. I've met her family, but husbands have never met. So they're going to golf one of the days. And anyhow, so I want to show the stamps earlier than later. House rules. Okay. We're ready to roll here. I'm not going to decide what color I want to color those in yet until, one more thing I want to do. I just did a single outline with my ruler. I'm going to make it a double because then it will kind of tie in a little bit more with the look of the alpha. Because, right, the alpha has, it's kind of an outline, so now my little double line there is now ties in a little bit more. Okay. So let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Now, this is super plain so far. That is where these little guys are going to come in to play. That is also where, I'm not sure if it's going to be the die cuts or the stickers, the hearts. So I loved how this was just all laid out on that sticker sheet. I just thought it looked so fun and whimsical, and so I thought I would kind of do a scattering of hearts on both of these pages, so it kind of looks like that. And then I will make my list in between those scatterings of hearts and use these alpha stickers to call out maybe some of the words that are part of those rules. And this is that. There's my little sketch. So kind of like that. I think we need to start with these guys first. So let's go ahead and put these. I'm not really planning on, I don't think, any more stamping on this spread. So we can go ahead and put these little guys down now. No golfing for Nick on our trip. And we were in like the where golf was invented, right? In that part of the world, Scotland. No golfing. Nick did not golf. That's not because I didn't tell him he couldn't. But he's like, no, I don't golf. And so I think if you're a big golfer and you like are in St. Andrews, you probably want to be there with your golfer friends if you're going to golf. Now, you don't automatically, you can't just like make a reservation at St. Andrews. It's a lottery. So he's like, no worries, I'll go back. So he's got golf buddies. He will probably go back at some point, and then hopefully they can get on. But no golfing. Oh, come on, little guy. Release, release, release. There we go. So I might just kind of follow the pattern of these on here. I like how these are kind of color coordinated a little bit. So I think that's kind of how I'm going to do it. We'll see here. So I'm using the stickers because the stickers are a little bit smaller than the die cuts, but there's also die cuts. What? R above the U, a stamp down. I'm so confused. Gentlemen only. Okay, got it. All right, here we go. So there is my first start there. And then I think we'll add some more. We'll add this little guy here. Such fun. Just all the little patterns behind these on these little stickers are so cute. So Pretty Little Studio. Pretty Little Studio, another small business woman-owned company, Melissa. And she is she's very talented. So she designs. These days, most of the products, in the past, she's had different designers that have that she's contracted with to design. But these days, she designs most of them herself. And it's home business. So all of it is done at home. Everything's printed at home, everything's cut at home, everything's packaged at home, everything's shipped. So she truly is amazing. She's pretty amazing, and she's very good to me in terms of when she, yes, anyhow, she's very good to me, which means she's good to us, right? Because if she's good to me, that means that you guys benefit. I mean, when she's good to me, she's very responsive. She's also been awesome to work with in terms of doing some custom products for me for some of my kits. Oh, that reminds me. I should talk about the prizes for today. How about that? Totally forgot. I meant to talk about one of them when we were doing it, but when we were doing the About Last Month list, I think so far, every time this year, I have done... Oh, these need to move a little bit. Hang on. Don't mind me here. Just repositioning. I think every time that we've done that list this year, one of the giveaways when we did that list has been a, where'd it go? What are these? One of the kits, the 2023 Year in Review Project Kit. So that is one of the giveaways for today, friends. There's also a video class that goes with that. The way that you participate in the giveaways is that you, I wonder what I was thinking here. I don't know. I need to move these. Hang on. Is that you leave a comment on the video. There. When it's over. Okay, so when the video is over, leave a comment on the video anytime between now and next Saturday the 10th. And I will pick, actually today it's 3 random lucky winners. Today will be 3 random lucky winners. One of them is that kit that I just showed you. Yeah. Okay, little hearts. This is where, if I had done the die cuts would have gone a lot faster, right? The die cuts would have gone much quicker as I'm just pulling these little hearts off. That little guy doesn't want to release. Come on. It's pulling the little paper underneath it. That's okay. We'll just glue it on. Not that one. Hi, Jody 1581, who finally caught alive. Nice to see you. Glad you finally caught alive. I've been waiting for you to catch it. No, just kidding. Just kidding. All right, I think we can use one more little heart here. Let's see. Lost part of that guy. Okay, so we've got some colors here, and then I think we can move up here to other colors, like the green. So red, orange, yellow, green, bluish, purple, lavender. One of the things I love about what Melissa does, Pretty Little Studio, is she does the same product in multiple formats. So like these little guys, the stickers, and then these guys, die cuts. So you kind of pick your poison, good poison. You decide if you want stickers or die cuts or both, because sometimes you need different sizes, right? In this case, the scale of the die cuts is bigger than the little stickers, so you can see that. But I wanted to be a little bit smaller here, so I'm going with stickers. Okay, now we need the blue. This is kind of fun. Some of these have like multiple colors or kind of multiple patterns in them, which makes it really fun. And you even have like, oh, that's perfect for kind of the rainbow. You see lots of rainbow in this collection, which rainbow as a rainbow is a very popular icon in paper crafting. It's also very timely for this time of year, June. June in many areas is recognized as Pride Month. So red, orange, yellow, green. Okay, your little rainbows in this collection would also work really well for documenting that if you are documenting that. I'm gonna get a bigger one here. Come on. Hi, Susie P. from Logan, like from Logan, Utah? Logan, Utah? Susie P., yeah? Thank you. She said, thanks for the content. Love listening to you. Thank you, Susie P. Denise said, what day is your new release going to be? Stamp release? Denise, is that what you mean? Well, I am thinking if, just north of me, yes, I know where that is. Sam, our younger son, went to Utah State for a semester. He was a freshman in the fall of 2019. So you can imagine what happened in the spring of 2020. And then he came home because that's what everyone had to do during that time. Yeah, so I know Logan well. That font is so cool, and your title, is that a stamp? Jody 1581, it is. Well, it is my Willie Alpha stamp set. So it is an alphabet stamp set called Willie Alpha. It is all hand drawn. Alrighty, I think we're just about done here, friends. I think we'll add just a little bit more down here. So if you're ever looking at something like this going, well, I love all of those, that's super fun, but how would I ever use all those little, and mix them together? Well, here you go, they're all mixed together. Put that there, and we'll put this little rainbow here. Those of you that are looking for something to specifically document, if you are looking to document Pride Month, the LGBTQA+, I think that's the acronym now. My friend Tracy Reed just came out with, this is, as far as I know, I've never seen anyone do this before. She is a digital designer, so she designs digital products. She also designs products for a number of manufacturers. Echo Park being one. That's how I met her. Well, from when she worked for Simple Stories, designing products. Anyhow, she just released a collection, a digital collection called Fierce. That is very much designed around that whole LGBTQA+. So if you're looking for something like that, it's she poured her heart and soul into it. It's pretty special. It looks pretty special. All right, so house rules. I pulled one thing here. These are, I want to say, I think this is a lemonade or iced tea. I don't remember which one. Clear stickers. So I used these on this. Oh, actually, it's in here. I used those on this spread from 2 weeks ago. But I saw this when it said chill out. I thought chill out might be kind of fun, right? To house rules, chill out. So I thought we could maybe work this in somewhere over here. Maybe like here. How about that? Right there, chill out. House rules. Okay, so now the next thing I need to do, I need to decide what I want to do here. Now, I could do like pull in a whole bunch of colors there, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'd like to use one color, and guess what color I'm going to use? I am going to use yellow, because I love me some yellow. And I think that I could probably use, hang on, I apologize, my back is to you. I think I could probably use these guys, the zebra click art markers. These are pretty awesome little markers. They are retractable. So these are also on my website. There, I have 3 different like colorways. Lights, so that's standard. That one is lights. And then this one is darks. So these are awesome for coloring in like the Willie Alpha stamps. So let me just, oh, here's another reason why you test ahead of time, because then you can test the next thing that you want to do. Yellow. Let's see if I like that yellow. I think that works pretty well. I think I will like that. So maybe I do house in one color. I don't know. So as I'm doing this, there's something that's really important that you think about if you are coloring in these stamps. And what is really important is what type of ink you use on the base layer. So when I say base layer, when I first stamped those, the outline, right? That is a pigment-based ink. Pigment-based inks typically take a second to, not a second, they take a little bit of time to dry. Okay, just a little bit of time to dry. So I would not want to, stamp the H and then immediately come back in and color it in. I wouldn't want to do that because I would likely be pulling in some of the black as I was coloring in with the yellow. I don't want that look. No, nothing wrong with that look, but that's not what I'm going for. So it's one of the reasons why I stamped everything and then I come back and color in. That is another instance where it's a good idea to test first, right? So I started out over here. To make sure I was going to like that color yellow with what I have going on here. But I could have also been testing my base ink with this one to make sure that it didn't smear. Look at that, none of that is smearing. I'm purposefully doing that to try to get some of that black to smear. None of that is smearing. So always, always, always a good idea to test what you're doing before you go in on your project. But look at that, aren't those fun? Just a little, like a retractable pen, but those are the retractable markers. All right, so maybe I wanna come in. What about, I could pull in an orange. Let's see if this orange is right. That's probably a little bit brighter than I want to go. So let's see if we have another orange in one of these other color ways. There's another one. This is coming from the Darks set. That's pretty close. It's pretty close to the one that we just did. Let's go one more and see. I think that one's more yellow. That's kind of like I know that's not the right one because it's going to be way too yellow. Yeah, that's like a more toned down yellow. Kind of like a fossilized amber. All right, so do we want to go with the orange? Let's just go with it. Let's just do it. Why not? If I wanted something that was a little less saturated, I would use colored pencil instead. But this is so bright. All these colors on here are so bright that I'm not worried about this being so saturated. Now, I will in a minute. Now, I could use these, so I'm using these right now as I'm coloring in, right? But I could also use these to write with. So if I wanted to, put a nice tip on them. So if I wanted to use any of these colors to write my list, I could do that. This is my list. So I can write or color in. Alrighty, now I think I will bring in a little bit of pink. Let's look at a couple of these light guys and see what this gives me. Okay. Let's look at this one. Oh yeah, that's way brighter than I want. For sure. I think we'll go with this little pink. All I'm going to do here is use a little bit of pink right in there. All right, now what I need to do is I have those two spaces, right? Need something there and then maybe something right there. Let's get these little guys put away. Hang on, what's going on? Terry. Terry. Okay, Terry said, sorry ladies, I just got a call from my mom's care center. She is looking for her mother, so I have to go try and calm her down. Dementia's a horrible reality for my sweet, almost 90-year-old mama. Oh, Terry, I'm so sorry. You know well that I feel your pain. I know that is so extremely difficult. I hope, so sorry. And all the good thoughts to you, because I know that is not an easy thing as a caregiver to manage. I know it's so hard. All right, so I need something here. Oh goodness. So There are so many products in this collection, you guys have got to come across the room. I still have them in this giant bin from when I did What's New Wednesday. So let's look and see what, I'm looking for some of the little icons, right? Looking for some icons. They're totally unorganized. That's all right. That's okay. That could go there. That definitely fills up the space. There. Why not? I like it. No, I like this one. I like a little bit of blue in there because now I'm pulling in some other colors. So let's get this guy ready. Where's my, I know I had it. I'm looking for my glue pen. Glue pen, where, oh, here it is. All right. So using a glue pen here instead of my tape runner, just because there are kind of some small spaces in there that I need to get my adhesive on. Now, before I do this, I'm not going to use all of it. I am going to put that there. So I need to chop off about right here. I need to chop off a little bit more. Okay, there we go. And then our little friend here, this little dragonfly is just kind of be flying at a little angle right there. Sure, why not? So I remember, I just sometimes I read your questions or your comments, and then I'm like, oh, I'll answer that in a minute, and then I totally forget. So, house rules. There we go. All right, I know I saw something. I think Denise asked a question. New alpha stamp set. Yes, I did, Denise. Yes, there is a new alpha coming. That is one of the new stamp sets that's coming. All right, that I hope to share next week. All right, here we go. House rules. Oh, gosh darn it. Hang on. I need to put these guys away. Let me get this out of the way. I keep losing my little things. All right. I had pulled these guys out. I had also pulled these, thinking that I might do like a little border on the bottom, but now I don't think I will because I've got the stripes here and stripes here. These are little stitches. They're clear stickers, but it looks like you have, your colored thread. Those are kind of fun. I think, though, I will use one of these. These are labels. If I grab maybe this guy, the orange one. There. That's where I'll put the date. So it is June 3rd. June 3rd, 2023. Okay, now we're ready for our list. Let's bring our little handy dandy list in here. No phone at the table. That was one of the things. Colleen just asked a great question. Lael, as empty nesters, have any of your house rules changed? No phone at the table. That has not changed. Another one on my list is that we sit down together to eat dinner. We still do that. We did that when the kids were little. All throughout the time when the kids were growing up, we did that. We would sit down together. If we were all home, we'd sit down together. But we'd either sit at the bar, the counter, in our old house. But at our current house, it's at the table. In fact, Nick and I had dinner last night. We sit down at the table. So that has not changed. And I think for our family, that was a big one because, Nick was always traveling. I was traveling with my job back in the day. And it was just important for us when we were together to try to, have that as, one of our house rules. So there we go. Okay, so the first one, no phone at the table. So as I'm bringing these in, I am going to use some of these stickers to call out words in the little rules. So No. Okay. I need to have a little bullet or something in between each of the rules. So I've just grabbed dot marker. This is a black dot marker. And what a dot marker does for you is it creates a little dot. Like if you're a bingo fan, think of the bingo dauber, but small. Dots. So I will use those as the bullets in between my house rules. Depending on the pressure that you apply, you can end up with little dots, medium-sized dots, larger dots. There we go. So I'm using a black dot marker. First house rule, no. No phones This, what we may end up doing, I may go a little bit more on this, and then I may move to our third list and then come back at the end and keep working on this one. Just because this one's going to take a little while, right? I mean, we've done a lot on here. We've done inking, we've done stamping, we've done coloring in, we've done decorating, and now this will take a little bit longer. An alternative to doing this, if you don't have little stickers, or you don't want to take the time to do little stickers, an alternative to this would be to taking a colored pencil or a marker and writing the word, and then either writing over the top of the word with a colored pencil, or making a little box around the word to highlight it. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. So with Pretty Little Studio, all of her collections, she always does sheets of the coordinating little alphas like this, these little mini alphas, which I think are really fun. So coordinating, they usually have a different font, but then the colors match the colors in the collection. No phones. At the table. And then I do my little bullet in between again. So what I was referring to when I said that you could either use a colored pencil or a marker to highlight the word if you didn't have or didn't want to use little alpha stickers like that, this is what I mean. So here I used a colored pencil just to write over. I wrote day and the number sign, and then the 6 is a stamp. So to add just a little bit of color, I took my colored pencil and retraced over those things with colored pencil. So that really makes it stand out. Alternately, you could do what I did here. So like Killarney National Park, I really wanted that to stand out. So I wrote it. I took my black Sharpie, then I drew a box around it, and then took a red colored pencil and just colored it in. So those are some different ways. That's one, and this is one that you could highlight certain words in anything that you do, whether you're doing a scrapbook layout, whether you are doing a list, really anything. Oh my goodness, Mitzi, I love that. Mitzi said, I met a fellow List with Lael follower at a scrapbook expo in Washington State yesterday. A small world in the Listing with Lael arena. How, Mitzi? Tell me. Tell us in the chat. How did you come to that connection? Hi, Kathy. Kathy is in Hawaii. I forgot it was Saturday. Totally get it, Kathy. When we are on a trip, so many days, Nick and I are like, what day is it? We don't even know what day it is. That means you're enjoying your trip. That's wonderful. Gracie says, hi, everyone. Shopping with Mom at Target. All right, so next up on my list is we sit down together to eat dinner. Sit down together. I'm going to say for dinner because to eat, I don't have enough room. So let's next use, how about if we use, no, we better mix it up a little bit. We'll use yellow next for dinner. Hopefully D-I-N-N-E-R. I have enough room there, it looks like. All right. I would love to hear that, Mitzi. That is so cool. So while I'm doing this, let's talk about small world stories. We have 3 from our trip. Well, kind of 4. And they, interestingly enough, Angel Time. Yes, Colleen, I got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm gonna digress from that story for just a minute. Angel time. That's what I call it. I look at the clock, and very often, like unusually often, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 12:34. Now, really, there's only 2 times in a day that you should be able to see that, right? So statistically, I see that far more often than I should. I look up and it's that time. Colleen is very good about when we're together reminding me when she sees it or that it's coming. In my head, some people call it angel time. In my mind, that time has always stuck out to me because I feel like that's my grandma. Anytime I look at the clock and it says that, I feel like that's my grandma saying, hey, hey. And that's, some people call it angel time because they feel like it's someone that's thinking about them from their past. I cannot tell you how many times on our trip I would look at the clock and it was 12:34. My grandparents, when they retired, they were avid world travelers. They traveled all over the world. There were a couple times when I looked at the clock and I said, Nick, I bet you anything. It said 12:34. I said, I bet you my grandmother literally has been right in this exact spot. And that's her saying, hey. So that's angel time. That's my 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, small world. Here are the small world things. When we were in Amsterdam, so we were only in Amsterdam 2 days. The very first day, we went to the Van Gogh Museum. And after the museum, we walked to this little cafe, and we sat down and we're eating at this cafe. So a few minutes later, a couple is seated next to us. And they're an older couple. I don't know, maybe they're in their mid-70s, early 70s. And I noticed the gentleman has on a ball cap. Okay, let me write the next one so then I can kind of tell my story when I'm getting out all the little letters. Put the dirty dishes in the dishwasher. That's a big one. Put your dirty dishes in the dishwasher. Do not leave dirty dishes in the sink. Put dirty dishes in the, okay, now I will spell it dishwasher. Okay, so I happen to notice his hat. Okay, he has like a ball cap on. And it says Park City. Now, Park City is a town in Utah. That's a town where I grew up, 4th grade until I left for high school. And my mom lived there long after that. So his hat says Park City, Utah. Now, remember, we're in Amsterdam. And Park City is not a huge town. And I'm like, pardon me. I couldn't help but notice your hat. Do you know Park City? And he goes, yes, our son lives there. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I grew up there. And he said, oh, what a small world. And he said, where are you from? And I said, oh, we're from Utah. And he said, where in Utah? And I said, Cottonwood Heights. And I said, where are you from? He said, we live in the Avenues in Salt Lake. I mean, of all the small things, right? These people sitting right next to us live in the same, in the same area that we do. So such a small world. So that's the first one. And it's the kind of thing that if he had not have had that hat on, I never would have known. So it makes you go, oh my gosh, how many things like that happen in our life that we don't even know about? All right, so next one. We are in Ireland. And we are in Dublin. So we flew into Dublin from Amsterdam. We stayed overnight. And we flew in, did a whole bunch of things that day, and then the next morning got a rental car and started exploring the rest of Ireland. So that first afternoon, early evening, we go to a pub. The pub is called Temple Bar. And I know I've seen in some movie somewhere that it is some kind of tradition. Maybe some of you will know and you could pipe up in the chat, but police, sheriff, firemen, a lot of times when they travel, they will take patches from their jurisdiction, I guess. They will take it to other places and they trade them. Okay? So if anybody knows more about that and you want to pop it in the chat, then I will read that and share with everyone else. So we're in this pub and there's a ton of people in there. And I start looking around, and there are these patches everywhere from all over the world. And literally right next to me on this little pillar is a patch that says Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office. And I'm like, oh my goodness, seriously? Like, what are the odds? Another small world. Okay, so then we're in Scotland. We've been driving all day, sightseeing. We've gone to Isle of Skye. We've got on the Tannernish Loop. It's a long day driving. That was the longest driving for us. That day was, I'm still too high, hang on. That day was, I think we drove 269 miles that day. So it was a lot of driving that day. Lots of walking too, but, so we get to our hotel and we have dinner, and then we go into the little bar to have a drink. And there is a couple sitting there, and we strike up a conversation with them. They're from England. And they tell us they're from England, and they say, where are you from? Well, we're from Utah. Lady says, Utah? I've been to Utah. I've been skiing in Utah. And we're like, really? Where? Snowbird. Snowbird is one of the 2 resorts that's up the canyon. It's like 10 miles away from our house. Another, like one of those small, like seriously? Like what are the odds that a couple from England, a couple from the States are at the same hotel in Scotland and happen to be chatting, and she skied at a ski resort 10 miles away from our house. It was just like, just such a small world, you guys, such a small world. Then this was one more. When we were in Glasgow, oh boy, I'm still a little bit too high. It's all right. We're in Glasgow, and I was talking about this before. We were at dinner, and we were talking to the old couple, not old, I'm so sorry. This elderly couple sitting next to us, because I was so frustrated that he was on his phone the entire time, and his poor wife is just like looking around. So as we start talking, she's definitely Scottish because she has an accent, and I can't place his accent. Turns out he's from Romania, and then we figure out they're from Newport Beach, California, which my dad used to live there. And then so we start talking travel with them, and she says that her husband has always wanted to go to India, and she has zero desire to go to India, so he's going to India in a couple months, and he's going on a tour. The tour that he is going on is with a company called Talk, T-A-U-K, Talk Tours. And I'm like, Talk Tours? Really? And she's like, why do you know that? And I said, yes, my grandparents, when they were traveling back in the day, they always went on Talk Tours. So anyhow, just kind of small world, lots of small world things that, for me, really encourages me to strike up conversations with other people, because you never know, right? You never know. And for the most part, you'll never see them again. So if they're not very friendly and don't want to have a conversation with you, well, you know what? They're lost, right? They're lost. Okay, hang on. Colleen said her angel time is either 11:11 or 1:11. She's been finding dimes lately, which for her is someone who has passed is thinking about her. I love that, Colleen. I love that. Generally, you associate that with pennies, right? So it's far more rare, it seems, to like see a dime. You see pennies, but usually not dimes. Mitzi is looking through some paper binge, and I said something to my cousin about listing with Lyle. Okay, yes. This is when you met the person in Washington. Okay, I got to read this. Mincy was at this paper crafting thing in Washington. She was looking through some paper bins and said something to her cousin about listing with Lael. She recognized your name and said she follows you too and wants to do the same trip you just did too. That is so cool. I love that, Mitzi. Oh yeah, and it's your daughter that lives in Cottonwood Heights. Yes, such a small world. Tracy said her husband is a retired firefighter. We've taken patches all over the U.S. So what is that? Where does that come from? Do you know like what the tradition is behind that? Hi, Debbie. It's 4:39 in the morning, Sunday in Sydney. You just woke up to join in. I love that, Debbie. Happy Sunday. Hope you've got a little caffeine if that is what you do to help you wake up. Kathy said she was traveling in Athens, met a couple from their city and knew some of your friends. That's crazy. Pamela, did we see Grant Castle? I don't think so. I don't think I'd have to look at my list. I'd have to look at my list. I will tell you on my phone, because that's where I kept a lot of the notes throughout the day. I have a list of all the castles, so I'll have to look and see. Okay, hang on, need some more coffee. Hi, Tabitha. Tabitha said she recently finished the book, People We Meet on Vacation. They meet so many people and end up calling on some of those people in the future. It's really cool. That is a book I need to read. People We Meet on Vacation. I love that. I love that. Okay, hang on. People We Meet on Vacation. The book. That sounds like a great book, one I'd like to read. Marilee said, love small world graduation. Marilee said, I love small world situations. After graduating from high school, went on a senior trip to France, met some people who lived in the city I was to move to, saw them in the local mall weeks later. That just makes you think there's a reason, like, why are these paths crossing? It's just so bizarre, right? Tracy said, I just think firefighters like to visit with other firefighters. We've stopped at fire stations in small towns to ask about good places to eat, stay, etc. Sometimes we swap t-shirts. That is just such a cool thing. Okay, you guys, so I think what I'm going to do, I'll tell you what our other house rules are, and then I am going to move on to our next list. When we are done, I'll probably come back and work on it a little bit more. But, so the other items on my list so far, no phones at the table, sit down together for dinner, put dirty dishes in the dishwasher, replace the toilet paper roll. That's a big one. I know someone else mentioned that. Another one, I know this is a very controversial topic. And I usually like to steer clear of controversy, friends, in our little live sessions here. So, nobody get offended. Nobody start debating whether this is right or wrong. House rule in our house is that when you put the toilet paper on the little toilet paper holder, it goes over the top. It does not come out below. It goes over the top. That is a house rule in our house. It goes over the top. Goes over, not under. Another house rule is call if you're going to be late, right? If you're going to be late, things happen, but call or text, I guess. We all four of us, so Nick, myself, Jack, and Sam, we have the same password on our phone. And that was a requirement when the kids were younger. When they were in high school, house rule in our house was anyone could pick up another person's phone and look at it. That was just to know, you know what, you better make sure what you're doing on your phone is copacetic. You better make sure that whatever you're doing on your phone, teenagers, is not something that you wouldn't want your parents to see. So we all four have the same password. Now, I don't know if they've changed it. But Nick and I even both still have the same password. And that's not a trust issue. It's just easy that way. But with the kids, it was just kind of a little bit of parental control there. But it went both ways. They could pick up our phones and look if they wanted. If you make a mess, clean it up. Tell the truth. And please and thank you. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Always say please and thank you. So those are the other house rules. And I will come back and work on this, I think, when we're done. But I want to move on to the next list just because, let's move on to the next one. All right. The last list that we're going to do today. Hang on one sec. Marilee said over. Yes. Toilet paper over. Hang on. Melissa and her cat's adventures said, my 4-year-old granddaughter told her great grandma she had her roll on the wrong way. I love it. That's so funny. Dora said, Colleen, my sister-in-law collected dimes. She was killed in a car accident. I find dimes in many places. I once found a dime in Paris as we were heading to a museum. Dora, oh my goodness, that is like serendipity, right? It just, and people take people take meaning to those things and some people don't. If it gives you comfort, I think it's awesome. I love that. I don't know. To me, it's like, I don't know. That's not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. And you know what? If it gives you comfort, like I said, if it gives you comfort, then absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Oh, Carmen, that is like some serious, I over the top, husband is under, got him to replace by letting him have it the way he wants. If I replace it, I get it my way. There you go. That's a good one. That's a good compromise. Colleen said I had this similar thing happen in Greece. The young man who helped with our bag spoke English well. We talked about it, and it turned out that he was from Toronto and grew up in Greektown. Oh my goodness, isn't that crazy? 2017, I did a bus tour of the UK. I met a lovely lady from Florida. This year, I did a cruise to New Zealand and accidentally met the same lady on the ship. I live in Sydney, Debbie. In 2017, I did a bus tour of the UK and met a lovely lady from Florida. This year, I did a cruise to New Zealand and accidentally met the same lady on the ship. That is crazy. I mean, that is like, there's what, like 8 billion people in this world? What are the odds? Mitzi, I once recognized the minister who officiated the funeral for my husband's uncle at Disneyland waiting in a ride line. Everyone around us was so amazed, except my family. I remember everyone. That is holy moly, moly, moly. Mitzi said toilet paper style should be a beard, not a mullet. That's great. I love it when you guys chime in. This is how I feel like I get to know you guys, because when you guys comment, I just love it. Okay. What fun discussions today. All right, so I'm going to put all this stuff away. We are using different product now for our third list. Our third list is I'm putting away. This one is Focus. So this one needs a little bit of background. This year, for the third year, at the start of the year, hang on, you know what? I need to go wet my chamois again very quickly, because I need it up for this next list. So hang on. All right. So this year, for the third year in a row, at the start of the year, have done a list called Focus. Okay, a list called Focus, and it is always the things that I want to focus on for the year. So this is this year's list. Don't mind my traveler's notebook. It is, it's kind of started popping at the seams. Oopsie. This guy popping at the seams. So when I am done with an insert, I come back, I take the cover off, and then I recover it, stitch it together. So this is waiting to be done, but it needs to be sent off for photography first, because it needs to be photographed for the next idea book, the one that will come out in 2024, beginning of 2024. There'll be another, like a supplement to the idea book for 2023. So I need to send it off for photography before I recover it. Anyway, back to the topic at hand, Focus. So the beginning of every year for the last 3 years, I have identified a couple, actually all 3 years, it's been 5, a number of things that I want to focus on for the year. They're not resolutions. They're not necessarily really specific. In some cases they are, some cases they aren't. So this year I did 5. Now, the past 2 years, I noticed that I didn't do so well throughout the year in focusing on the things I wanted to focus on. So when I was getting ready to kind of do this list this year, I thought, well, what can I change? Like, what can I do to make sure that I continue to focus on those areas throughout the year? How can I be accountable? How can I hold myself accountable? So what I decided I would do is every about 6 weeks, I was going to do an updated list on how I was doing on focusing on those areas. So that's where it started at the beginning of the year, the 5 things I was focusing on. In February, I did a list, a short list on one of those topics. So one of the things that I had set out to focus on for the year was having some dates. So Nick and I going out on specific dates, like we're going to go out on a date. So in February, I did a list, 3 things, January 14th, January 20th, February 24th, where we had set out to do specific dates, specific date nights. So if I knew that I was going to be holding myself accountable and coming back to that, then kind of kept some of those things top of mind. So that was the first time that we did that. I did an update in February on that one item. It came back into play again whoopsie, I just lost some things, hang on. Lost my little photo strips here. came back into play again in February. Nope, probably March. In March, I started a new insert where I was starting to document the books that I am reading. So one of the other items on my list was getting back to reading. I love to read. I love to read. And for me, it is more of a leisure activity. So I feel guilty sometimes if I take time to read. So number 2, focusing on for the year reading. And I said I wanted to try to do 2 books per month for a total of 24. So this was another way, kind of was listing, holding myself accountable. How was I doing towards that goal? There we go. Then I was not doing so well on something. That's where this title comes into play. Out of focus. So there was something that was very out of focus, was not going well. And that was healthy eating, okay? Healthy eating was not going well at all. So I still held myself accountable, but I kind of had a little fun with it. So I wasn't focusing on that. So talking about here, not focusing, and then what was I going to do to refocus? So over the course of the last 5 months, January is when I first did this. And then through May, I have kind of been updating on how I was focusing. So what I thought I would do for our last list, we are just about halfway through the year, right? The end of this month will be halfway through the year. So I thought I would do an update again on how the focus is going. So I will be using the Focus stamp set. So this is List Builder Focus. It has your numbers 1 through, well, I guess 0 through 9. The 6 and the 9 are the same number, just inverted. The word focus, and then lots of little words that you could work in with it. On, with, balance, fine, travel, work, your, the, good things, get it done, you got this, and so the adventure begins, make it happen, fun. So just a bunch of little words that you can mix in. So what I'm going to do, I will stamp the word focus there. And I will be doing an update on all 5 of those things. 4 of them are going really well. 1 of them, pretty much nothing has happened on. But you know what? That's just part of it, right? That's part of the documenting. So let's let me get out what I'm using. I'm using some products from the brand new Spectrum Gardenia collection from 49 Market. Oh my goodness, you guys, this collection this is representative of the color palette. It's beautiful, bright, super bright colors in the 49 Market style that they do so well. Katie Perti is the designer behind this one. She did an amazing job. So I thought that would be fun. I am going to use 2 pieces from the Garden Essentials laser cut elements and the Gardenia butterfly laser cut element. So I'll be using some things from both of these. This list I will be doing directly on the page. So I won't be doing like I did this one where I've got, you know, my little things. I'll be doing it directly on here. So my thought is this. Here's my little sketch. Focus, and then I'll be doing my little 5 things. I will be using the numbers to stamp, and then I thought it might be kind of fun. I noticed that in this set, there are these little film strips. So I thought maybe I could use these little film strips to kind of frame each of the numbers. I haven't opened them yet, so size-wise, we'll see, okay? So these little things, I thought I could cut these apart and use the different colors. We'll see how that works. This, I have not shown this collection yet because it came right before I left. I will be, no, I won't show this one this week. What's New Wednesdays. So this coming Wednesday, I'll do a What's New Wednesday, and the What's New Wednesday this Wednesday will be the new Simple Stories collections. The What's New Wednesday the following week will be all of Spectrum Gardenia. So if you wanted to see this up close and in person, just know it's coming. Look at these. Look at all of those beautiful butterflies in lots of different sizes. So I'll be using some of these smaller guys. Oh, so pretty. In the list. So I think I'm going to use black. Am I okay? One thing I just needed to look at very quickly. I'm going to have so much color going on here. I want to stamp my title in black. When you are stamping directly on a page, okay, so kind of like I did this guy. When you are stamping directly on a page, it's really important that you look at what happened before, that you look at what you did on the day before. Because this is a stamp that has a lot of surface area, right? And if I'm stamping in black, it's going to be super dark. When I stamp here, there will be some shadowing or ghosting that comes through on the other side. So I always want to make sure before I start stamping what happened on the other side. Here, I'm not worried because that page is covered up. Any of the stamping or ghosting will be covered up by this piece that I added. If this was there, then I would have to do something a little bit different here because I would not want to ruin this list or what I've done here by that shadowing or ghosting coming through. So always, always, always check before you start stamping to make sure that you're going to be okay. You're not going to tarnish the whatever you did prior. But I'm okay there. So let's grab our pencil board. That will need to go in here. Let's grab my black ink. Let's grab our testing notebook. The skies are about to open up. It looks like it's about ready to start raining really hard. Really hard. Oh, I need my stamping block. Colleen said, oh wait. No, Carmen said, ooh, what a pretty set. Yeah, it's a beautiful collection. It's just so bright and vibrant and it's very nice. Okay, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. All right, we're going with the big guy here. This is why it's very helpful to have different size stamping blocks. Now, if you only have one, then it's lowest common denominator, right? Then you go with big because you need big in order to size appropriately for your largest stamp. But I know I need that big one. So actually I need to reposition that because when you are working with a larger stamping block, you want to pay attention to how you are positioning the stamp on the block. What I want to do is I want this to be really positioned more towards this end. Like that, because I will stamp like that. When I had it centered, it would still work, but now I would have been trying to have part of my stamping block on this side and part of the stamping block on this side, which can cause some problems, depending on how far you are in your insert, right? Here, I'm still early on, so it wouldn't be a problem. But if I was trying to do that right here, I definitely would not want to try to do that because that's just not going to work for me. So if I am, in this case, right justified, the extra part of the stamping block is now over to the left. So kind of think about that before you position. Or if you need to reposition, you're okay. All right. So let's stamp this up. This is the stamping ink, the black I was using before. I've already used the stamp before many times, so it has already been conditioned. I don't need to go through that process. Black stamping ink. I use this pretty much exclusively when I'm stamping black. It is the VersaFine Clair from Sukaniko. Nocturne is the black. It is a pigment-based ink, and the reason I love it so much, it's very, well, I call it a juicy ink. I call pigment-based ink juicy inks, and that's just my term. That's just, they stamp very well, and generally I don't end up with lots of areas where you don't have a lot of ink. Okay, so very nice and full. Pigment ink. That's pretty much what you see me use all the time. Pigment-based ink. The distressed oxides are a pigment-based ink. Pigment-based inks, different properties. One, if you're just stamping with them, that's really important to know. is that they take a second to dry. They take a little bit of time to dry. So you do not want to stamp and then rub your hand over it. Takes a second to dry. All right, so here we go. My pencil board is underneath, so we're good there. Oh my goodness, it's starting to, oh, it's gonna be big raindrops. Thunder, it's starting to thunder. Okay, so nice even pressure, especially when I am using a larger stamp like this, wider. I wanna make sure that I get my nice even pressure, especially in the center. Sometimes things will high center. No, actually, like a low center, I guess, where you'll end up with good impression on the edges and then maybe not so good in the center. So, nice even pressure. There we go. Nice and crisp, and it looks good. Oh, I wasn't very straight on that. It's a little bit crooked, but that's okay. I kind of lift up here, go a little bit higher here, but that's okay. All right, so I want to clean this off right away. It's a good habit to get into, right? It's a good habit to get into. Like making your bed. I use black with this stamp a lot. So you'll see it's a little bit discolored, but it's not affecting the stamp impression at all. If I were to put yellow on that, as long as I've cleaned it, it's not going to, that black that's now kind of stained the stamp, it's not going to affect when I use other colors at all. All right, there we go, all clean. And, oh yes, let's put that back. Okay, so now what I haven't figured out yet, I have not figured out yet what colors I want to use for my numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe I should take a look at the colors in here, because these will pretty much be the colors that get used, because these will be the accents. So, oh, so pretty. So pretty. Let's go with, not going to, so, I'm thinking in my head that I want to start out with like the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. So I need to decide, do I want to use red? I don't really have enough colors. I don't have enough numbers to do a red and a pink. So I think I will actually go with the pink to start instead of the red. That's going to be my plan. So, and I want to do this now so I can kind of pick colors. Red, orange, 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 orange. This little guy. Ooh, red, orange, yellow. So this little guy here. Not much yellow, just kind of light yellow. Just really one. Yellow. Oh, I like this green with the black. Green. And then blue. Ooh, maybe we should do this guy, because this guy gives me a little bit of blue and then a little bit of the purple in there. A little bit of lavender. I think we'll do that one. So the difference between a laser cut and a die cut. 49 to Market does both. Laser cut, you do not end up with any kind of white background around the piece. So what I mean by that is, hang on, let me just grab something over here. 49 to Market is known for their laser cuts. They do beautiful, intricate, okay, these are chipboard, but it'll be the same. This is the difference. So that would be a die cut, right? With the yellow border, with the white border. And then this is laser cut. So laser cut is literally cut. I mean, like, look at that. You can see the little antenna on the butterfly. So that's what the difference is between a laser cut, if you're ever wondering, between their laser cuts and their die cuts. Just a little white border. Now, when you really start to see it, you don't see it so much in these guys because these are all butterflies. But where you really see it is like here on the film strips. So look, or here, like look at that, like intricate laser cut. Also in the film strips, those are all the little holes are holes. All right, so let's now see if I've picked colors. There is no, there is no little green film strip. I have kind of all the rest of the colors, but the green. So let's see what I might do instead. I have all of these little tickets could work maybe. Like if somehow we did, oh. All right, so I was thinking for a minute that would work. I'm just thinking out loud here. These, now that I think about it, probably won't work because they all say 5 on them. And I need to use numbers 1 through 5. So I probably will not use those unless I... Okay, I'm thinking. I have an idea. I'm going to go a little bit different than I thought. I won't use the numbers. So I won't use the numbers like I did here. Okay? I will use words for the 5 things that I'm focusing on. Which means I need, there is a, where is that? Hang on, friends. I need, is it My Story? I think My Story, maybe. I'm thinking about some alpha stickers. I think that they are in this My Story sticker book. Hang on. Yes, that's what I want. So I will use those, kind of like I did on our last list, to really call out whatever the things are. That way I can use these little guys. Oh, I still don't have a yellow. Why isn't there a yellow? Well, that's a bummer. Now I need something yellow. Okay, let's keep looking. Hang on, nobody panic. Nobody panic. There's yellow isn't really in here. That's kind of that yellow-orange. All right, so what if I do... Wait, where'd it go? Here we are. Maybe I'll end up doing one of these. How about if we bring in one of these? So we'll do, that's kind of a little bit yellow here and a little bit orange here. Oh, I don't like how that's cut off a little bit. Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right, so let me just get these put back away. Well, let me just get them off to the side, I guess. I won't put them away. I'll put them off to the side. I think Spectrum Gardenia has either 4 or 5 different packages of those laser cuts. They're beautiful. Oh my gosh, there's one set that's all leaves, all like laser cut, beautiful, different colored leaves. So pretty. All right, so here we go. Let's come back in. Oh, I know. Let me move this. Need to outline. Yeah, it's raining. Big old drops. What's the weather like where you are? What is your weather? I know Terry, when she was here before, told us that Colorado, it was cold and rainy. There was lots of cold and rainy. Well, no, that's not true. I lie. In some places on our trip, it was cold. Really, we only had 2 days where it rained. And everybody we met told us that's very lucky because that time of year, in Scotland and Ireland, a lot of times, especially Scotland, they said it's not, the weather is really not like that. It's kind of a little bit rainy and cold. So we lucked out there. There we go. Yesterday, I think it was not very warm here yesterday either. Oh, Marilee, I missed you probably. Hope you have a nice day with your daughter and your family. It's rainy in Colorado. Again, Karen. West LA, blue skies finally and a nice breeze. Hazy 78 in Redding, PA. Sun keeps going in and out, but we can really use the rain. Yeah, we can still use the rain. I tell you, when you're gone for 18 days and you come back, usually Utah, in the spring we get green and then it starts starting to get brown this time of year. And it's not brown yet. It is still very much, green in the hills. So that's beautiful. That really kind of stood out as we were coming back. Okay. Green. So this is my thought. This is my thought on how this is going to look. Oh, whoopsie. Yeah, now I'm confusing myself, aren't I? Oh, okay. There we go. I guess that works if that's a little guy. So now, you know what I maybe need to do? Now, hang on. I might need to come back and pick up a different, I probably need to pull in another one of these because it might look a little odd that there's only one little stamp. So we'll do 2 stamps. How about that? Maybe like that. Okay. I wish that was more yellow, but that's okay. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. This guy goes here. And then this guy goes here. All right. So that's the plan. And I think we should just go ahead and put those down now because we better put them down. Petra, I see no sign of jet lag. How do you do that? And shipped orders right when you came back. I am impressed. Thank you, Petra. So here's the deal. I really felt that I had to start shipping again right away because we went 18 days without shipping. And I think everybody understood. I think everyone understood that that was going to happen. I had, for like a month, been mentioning that on, on our Saturdays and any classes I taught or anything. Emails for like the 2 weeks leading up, I had said, hey, we won't be shipping during this time. And then about 10 days before, I put a big red header on every page on my website that said, important, orders received after the 12th will not start shipping again until June 2nd, which would have been yesterday. And I only had one person reach out and said, I don't know what's going on, but you usually are so fast. And my order, I placed it 2 weeks ago and I don't have it. So as far as I know, there was only one person that missed that, or at least only one person that communicated it to me. But and there's a lot of orders. So I just figured I should better get a jump on them quick. So that started on Thursday. It'll still take us a couple more days to get through all of them. But that was important to me because if it was me, if I was shopping, I'd want my stuff. I'd want my stuff fairly quickly, even if it took 15 days. So Petra, that's behind that. As far as no jet lag, it's there. It is there. That's for sure. It's just time change. I'm still getting adjusted to it. Last night was good night. I got good sleep last night. The last 2 nights before that, not at all. Not at all. That was not good. But, that's part of the price you pay when you are traveling internationally and having a good time, right? There's got to be one little downside to it. It's totally worth it. It's totally worth it. Alrighty. Almost have all our little things here added. Now, this is another time when your little glue pen comes in handy. Those little, I don't know the anatomically correct words for the parts on the butterfly, but those little antenna. Then if I use my little glue pen, then it makes sure that they're not going to break or get crooked. Petra, there we go. Netherlands is her homeland. Every time she comes back there, back to the U.S., mess for a week. Yeah, it's, you know what I think too? I also really feel like the older that I get, the harder it is. But there's also a lot to be said for just you got to acclimate like right off the bat, even though it, when you come back, for me, even though it's really like 2 a.m, in the country, the time zone of where you came from, but it's, 8 o'clock at night where you really are, you have to adjust right away to that new time zone. If you don't, it's horrible. It is horrible, horrible, horrible. You're upside down the whole time. So at least that's what I found. Alrighty, here we go. Focus. The first thing, date nights. Okay, so that was the first thing I wanted to focus on. Nick and I have been married 28 years, and we have a lot of fun together. We laugh a lot. We have a very good relationship. But at least for us, when you're together for that long, date nights. I wonder if that's going to fit. Maybe better move that over a little bit. Oh, actually, I don't even want to do that. Let's not do that. Let's do how we know it will work. Let's do this. I'm going to line it up on my ruler. Anyhow, so I said, you know what? I think we should focus on going out on dates. Now, that doesn't mean you have to go out and spend money. It could be, let's make a date to go, I don't know, on a hike, or just being consciously thinking about it and making an effort to do things like that. Things together. So that was one of the things, and that I wanted to focus on. And I had said if we could do like every other week, that'd be awesome. And so it's been going pretty well. Now, obviously the last 3 weeks were one giant date pretty much, right? Because it's just the two of us all day, all night. No break. No, it was good. But we, in the first couple of months, definitely made a concerted effort to spend time together doing something. So that's what I'll be talking about. Date nights. Date nights. Date nights. So I am lining up here on the ruler for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's a habit I get into because, granted, this there are lines on this insert that I am using, so I could use the lines to line it up, but I may not end up on the lines. I also may not be working with an insert where there are lines. So this is typically what I do, is I just line up my letters. So that's the first reason why I line up the letters. Okay. Like that. The next reason is, now these are free floating. So I can put this anywhere I want. I could put this down here if I wanted and do my writing here. That would look a little odd to me. I could put it over here, I could put it here, but what it's telling me is I need to have it probably go a little bit onto the butterfly in order to fit, right? So I line it up where I want to go, I press at the top, so all those letters are sticking, stickers are sticking, and then I gently roll my ruler out from underneath. Okay, date nights, that was number one. So I think what I'm going to do, I think I will draw a little box around this so I know where I want to stop. That will also further kind of separate each of the things visually. Okay, date nights. The next one is reading. Reading more, reading for pleasure, right? As opposed to pain, I guess. No, reading for pleasure. Like, this one was like reading for pleasure as opposed to like reading to learn. So, making my little box again. And let's make reading. This, I love these alpha stickers, and Simple Stories is starting to do, it seems like more of them in their sticker books with the collections. I like the black ones a lot, but we did see like a cream colored one in Here and There collection that I used on my first list. Oh, come apart, come on. Those two wanted to stay together. Debbie says it's Sydney and 60 degrees, chance of rain later. Okay, reading. So tell me, you guys, as I'm working on this, do you have things that you're focusing on this year? Did you start out like we did at the beginning of the year, focusing on some things? How are they coming, if you have been? If you've been listing, did that help you to stay kind of accountable, knowing that we were going to be doing this, kind of continuing to update throughout the year on how some of those things were going? And it's okay if some of them aren't going well. Like my eating healthy, when I did that, was not going well. But then I refocused. Reading. I read a good amount while we were gone, because that's how I would like fall into bed so tired at the end of the night and then read a little bit and then fall asleep. Think what I read. How about if we do, I guess this needs to go up here. How about if this one, I'm gonna have it go a little bit outside of its lines, like that. Okay. Date nights, reading. Number 3 was learning. Learning. Spending time learning. Okay. Learning. And that's like seeking out things to learn. Not just like, oh, I learned the other day that Glasgow is the largest city in Scotland. That's not learning. Well, it is learning, but not the kind of learning that I was setting out to do. The kind of learning I was setting out to do was to devote some time to learning and not working as much, but still working, but taking time to seek out information and ideas on different types of things. Maybe some new techniques, maybe new types of classes, maybe things that would help my business, but learning, that's what I meant there. So learning, this guy may go, maybe we'll just put him right in there. Let's look. And actually, I think we'll just do it. We'll just do it. We're just going to put learning here. This is the one that's not going so well. Really, it's not going at all. I have not spent any time, any time on this at all. So the nice thing about this is this morning when I sat down and I'm like, okay, how are these things going? I'm like, oh yeah, learning. I kind of forgot about that one. Yeah, that's good because guess what? Now I can refocus on that and I have like 7 months still to work on it, right? I still have 7 months to work on it. So sometimes like circling back is good. If you do resolutions or focus, whatever it is. If you are not circling back, then, well, you may not do so well on them. Like my learning. That would be an easy one to just let go. It actually was on my focus list last year as well. So now what I'm going to need to do there is allocate some very specific time every week to that. Because clearly it's not happening otherwise. Learning. If bright colors scare you, balancing with black helps, right? There's lots of bright, well, bright, and then putting the black in there kind of helps it to balance out a little bit. Alrighty. Next up was, regular exercise. Colleen, have I created a file in the Facebook group yet for book recommendations? I have not, Colleen. I will do that, but I have not done it yet. Dora, one of Dora's things on her focused list was a menu plan every week with one new recipe. She's doing it. I love it. You're putting your family favorite recipe book to use. I love that. That's so fun. Okay. All right. So next up, our next little box here is, this one is regular exercise and healthy eating. Well, those are two different things. So I think this one can maybe go to here. Now, what's going to be interesting is now I have lots of room for this one. So we'll just write more words about that one. A lot of words. Lots and lots of words. That makes it look like this one is a lot of focus on this one. Kind of is, but probably not as much space as I've allocated for it, but that's okay. All right, so this one is exercise. I won't say regular exercise. We'll just say exercise. But what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to spell backwards here. Because then that way I know where to start or where to end, right? If I start exercise over here, I'm like, ooh, did I leave myself enough room? But if I spell backwards, then I know I've left myself enough room at the end because I start at the end. Exercise. Hang on. Exercise. EXER. Susan, I love it. Susan said, maybe learn in a non-traditional way. Connect with a woman's entrepreneur group. I would love that. That would be really awesome. I would love to do that. Exercise. Why does this look so weird? Oh, never mind. Don't mind me. It's the sleep. It's the sleep kicking in. Lack of sleep. EXER. I'm totally second guessing that. EXER. Wow. Oh no, it's an R. Ay. Trying to spell backwards. All right. EXER. EXER. EXE. Isn't that funny? You totally second guessed yourself. EXER. Let's see. Use my ruler. I know I should. EXER. But I was going backwards, so. Yeah. Okay. There we go. EXER. Exercise. And the next one is healthy eating. I have a little fingerprint there. Use my little sand eraser to get rid of that. Okay. Exercise and healthy eating. Petra, your signed book is almost here. I'm so excited, and thank you again for your generosity. Did you win it, Petra? Healthy eating. Healthy eating. I will do that one on here. Speaking of winning the idea book, that's another prize today, friends. That is another prize. Idea book. I don't think I talked about that one yet. So that is second prize for today's video. The way that you participate in those little giveaways is you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So make yourself a little note, come back when it's over, leave a comment on the video, and I'll draw a winner. That's second prize, idea book. And if you win it and you already have the idea book, then I just give you a little discount coupon code to use for the value of that to buy whatever you want. HEAL. Healthy eating, healthy eating. Sandy said such a pretty layout. It's fun. It's very bold and bright, isn't it? It's very bold and bright. It's pretty simple when you think about it, right? Because there's not a lot going on, but those color between the black and the colors, that really kind of pops. Healthy eating, as opposed to unhealthy eating. Oh, I was so happy. I'm going to brag. I am going to brag. And I'll talk about this in the healthy eating. Although there wasn't necessarily healthy eating going on. Healthy, oh gosh, TH. There wasn't necessarily, when I first started out, it was healthy eating going on our trip. And then it just all went to pot, you know. It was a big trip. So we indulged a bit. But I will tell you, I came back and the scale was like 2 pounds heavier. That's it. After that many days. And I was very happy about that. And I got on the scale the next morning after the flight and kind of figure that is just, you know, you get bloated when you fly. So I'm taking that as a win. I am taking that as a huge win. What I think it was, we had good sized breakfast in the morning every day. And then, for the most part, didn't eat lunch, but just eat dinner. Just because we were on the go so much. And if you have a bigger breakfast, then you're not hungry. But we did so much walking, right, Julie? We did so much walking and hiking, that being so active, yeah, that really, really helped. Really, really helped. So that was good. I was very nervous about the potential weight gain on the trip because that's a long time to be gone, and you put on 10 pounds like really easily. You could put on 10 pounds in 3 weeks being on a trip like that if you wanted. Not that I'd want to, but okay, then I'm going to do healthy eating like this. All right. Yes, Joe Disney fan said you had to taste a lot of the yummy local foods in all those countries. Oh my gosh, we ate so well. We had, honestly, some of the best meals. One of the very best meals we had was at a hotel restaurant in Ireland. We were at a hotel that was on a lake called the Lake Hotel. I think that's what it was called. Oh my gosh, the food at that restaurant was unreal. So amazing. It was so good. It was like we were taking pictures and sending them to Jack, our son, who's the chef, working on being a chef. One. Okay, it's fine. All right. So I'm just gonna do a few more things on this one, you guys. I think while we're together, because now I just need to write. So I think I'll just probably do that later and then show you guys next week because, let's see, get it done. Make it happen. Maybe we'll do make it happen up there. If we put make it happen right there. That might be a little bit too much. I think it's going to be too much since we have all of these. So I think we'll just leave that. Maybe we'll put make it happen down there. How about that? Let's do it. Let's do it. Whoopsie. I really should probably get a smaller stamping block that's more suited to the size stamp, but that's all right. Okay, make it happen. Get out our little testing book. Always, always, always test. Always. Especially if you're using a new stamp and you're not really sure of the amount of pressure that you need to apply, that testing it ahead of time will really help you with that as well. Gotta pop that in there. Pop that pencil board in there because, oh, no, it's over here. Actually, I really don't need to use a pencil board over here since nothing has happened over here, but we'll put it in anyway. Ooh, slide that down because I would almost have messed that up. Make it happen. All right. Let me clean this guy off. And I think that's probably what I will do. Reading, just I'll tell you really quickly what I will be writing. Reading, I have read 17 books so far this year, which I am well on the way because I had said 2 books a month, right? So 17, it's only really been 5 months, so 10, 17, that one's going really well. And I just use Goodreads, that app. I use Goodreads to track all of that, so then I remember what I read. Date nights, I kind of talked about that. That's going well. Learning, talked about that. Not at all. I need to focus on that. Exercise. Exercise going well, aside from our trip, because we did exercise, walk a ton and hike and things like that. But I do something called Step Bet. It's like a walking kind of challenge. So that has made a huge, huge, huge impact in the regular amount of exercise I get. So that one's going well. And then healthy eating. Back on Gina Livy. And that has been going really well. I just feel so much better, just physically, mentally, all of that. So got some more work to do there, but yeah. So that's where I am, and I'll be kind of writing about that. All right, friends, I think what I'm going to do, maybe for the next 20 minutes or so. So it's 1:40 my time. I'm in the mountain time zone, so it's about 1:40. I'm just going to keep working on this one. So if you want to stay and hang out and continue to work with me, then we'll do that. Otherwise, I will hopefully see you on Saturday, next Saturday, the 10th. Or Wednesday. What's New Wednesday? So Wednesday nights, when I am around, we do What's New Wednesdays, where I show you all the new product. So I'll be doing that this coming Wednesday. That would be is that the 7th? 7th? I think. Anyhow, June, whatever the next Wednesday is. And I will be showing you all of the new Simple Stories stuff. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So that's the plan. And we're together again on the 10th listing. All right, so let's see where we are. More house rules. Put dirty dishes in the dishwasher. Replace the toilet paper roll. Replace the... Got to think about this. Replace the, and then I guess I'm writing toilet paper on here. Right, here we go, I'm writing toilet paper. Toilet paper is going to be standing out loud and proud on my list. I need to get those little stickers back out. Hang on. Hang on, hang on. Oh, there is another, hang on. Hold on. I'm missing one. I'm still here. Here we go. Here we go. All right, I had to dig those back out again. Oh, Joe said her three things to do lists are done. Now I'm setting up my TN calendar so I can hang out for a bit more. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Colleen has read 20 books so far this year. Good for you. 15 borrowed from the library and the rest purchased on my Kindle. Kobo. I don't know what Kobo is. Lisa said, so glad we get to keep hanging out with you. Quiet today, but I am on a major scrap room clean, purge, organize. Oh, I'll be doing that soon, Lisa. That needs to start. I actually just found this guy on the floor. So I thought, oh, maybe we should add another one of those over here. We'll just do that now. Yes, because my craft room is getting redone. It is just not really working for what I need anymore. So all built-ins are being made, and I customized because I could decide exactly what I wanted. Oh, Kobo's the Canadian version. There we go, of Kindle. Gotcha. Yes, so in order for that to happen, and the plans, we've approved the plans, but now I'm going to have to start cleaning up in here and like really purging and right, which sometimes that's just not so much fun. All right, replace the toilet paper roll. So now I'm going to write toilet paper. Let's do orange. Let's go to orange next. Yeah, I love like the organizing and the reorganizing. I just have not done that in a long time. So it's very much it's just going to take a while, right? Maybe we'll put this over here. Replace the toilet paper roll. How about you guys? Do you like to do the organizing and reorganizing of your crafty things or of other things in your house? To me, that's part of what makes it so fun. And a lot of times, people will say, well, how do you organize this? Or how should I organize this? I think it's good to ask people, but it's also good to think about how you work and how you use things. Because what works for someone else may not work for you. I, for example, organize in this room, all of my product by collection, because that's usually how I'm working on things. Because I think that makes it easier for you guys. So you know that everything I'm using on here is all from Sunkissed. So if you're like, oh, I really like that, then you know it's Sunkissed. As opposed if I've pulled like 8 products from 8 different collections, it gets a little bit harder for you guys to know what I'm working with. So that's how I organize things in here. Some people organize their things by theme, right? By travel or holiday or season. So all different manufacturers mixed together. Some people organize by color, right? Like some people organize their closet by color. Whereas some people organize their closet by short sleeve shirts, long sleeve shirts, blouses, tank tops, whatever. So I think it's always good to ask people, but then it's also good to think about how you approach things. Like when you're looking for travel, if you want to do a travel project, do you look for travel or do you go, oh, I know, I want to go look at my Simple Stories travel. So you're looking for Simple Stories, or you're like, I want to find my Blue travel products. And then you go to Blue and then you find them in there. Nancy, looking forward to craft room progress. I don't know if you mean you or me. For me, I will tell you guys, once it's all done and organized and everything's in, then I will do like a tour. I'll do like a video. So, and I'll just talk about the way I store all my things and how things are organized. And, I've shown you snippets of that, right? The little things that I put my sticker tablets in and the things, like these things that I put my collections in as I'm using them, and I'll do a full soup to nuts once it's all done and organized. Paper, toilet paper. There it is, loud and proud. Toilet paper on my list. Replace the toilet paper roll when it's done. Right? When it's done, oops, my end didn't really work so well there. Oh well. Looks like it says when it's dove. When it's dove, when the toilet paper roll is dove, Sarah, will I keep cameras in this room? Yes. The ones that are behind me? Absolutely. I think if that's what you're asking, yes. If that's not what you're asking, then clarify. Lisa said, although it's an extensive project, she's enjoying all that reorganizing. Joe Disney fan likes to hear how different people set their things up, right? You get different ideas for sure. Winnell has read 57 books so far this year. Holy moly! That's like 10 a month. That's awesome. Good for you. Joe Disney fan, in my house, not replacing empty toilet paper is the most broken rule. Oh, there's nothing worse. I mean, yeah. When you need it and you don't have it, it's a problem. Let's see. Nancy's moved so many times over 35 years in the military. She's always organizing. It will be 35 years on 6 August. You've lost track of how many times. Wow, that is a lot, Nancy. Oh my goodness. Lisa's using a modified version of Totally Tiffany's Great Organization Challenge. Very good. Kathy Meredith just watched Kathy Zilski's craft room tour. I need to watch that. Yes, I saw that she was doing that. I need to watch that. Okay, replace the toilet paper roll when it's done. Here's another one. Toilet paper over, not under. Now, it is kind of weird that I'm talking about toilet paper a lot, but that's okay. So, the toilet paper goes, and then I will say over. over, over, not under. There's another one. I guess while I'm talking toilet, I might as well just add another one in here. That one is being the only female in a house full of males at one point. Well, because now it's just Nick and I, but before when it was the boys too, always put the toilet seat down. That was a rule that I made. I'm sure they wouldn't agree with that rule, but that's a rule. That's a rule. That's a rule I made. Yeah. Toilet paper goes over, not under. We'll have one more potty related house rule and then I'll move on from the potty. Hi, Scrapbook Sister. Nice to see you. She has been watching from the TV. So a little harder to chat that way, huh? The toilet paper goes over and not under. Okay. Tammy. Hey, Tammy, you won a prize. Did you see that? That's you, I think. Tammy Lee 7432. Is that you? Did you know you won a prize? And thank you. She said, so glad you had an amazing trip, but so glad you're back. I'm glad to be back too. I missed this. Miss it. All right. So the last one is toilet seat. Put the toilet seat down. Toilet seat? It is the seat, right? It is the seat, I guess, right? Lid, seat? I guess it's the seat. It really is the seat. Put the toilet seat down. So Kathy Meredith, just curious, when you watched Kathy Zilski's, when you watched her craft room tour, what was one thing that you saw? And I haven't seen it yet, but what was one thing that you saw you're like, oh my gosh, that's really smart, or that's brilliant, or I'm totally going to do that? Was there something that she shared that you thought, this is awesome? I'm curious. Tammy said, I have the grandkids trying to catch as much as I can. So super happy I won a prize. Oh, good, 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 good. Put the toilet seat down. Okay. Next up. Or anyone. If anyone else happened to watch Kathy's craft room tour, I'm curious what you, if there's one thing that you had to pull out. What was one thing or two things, whatever, that you're like, oh, that's just brilliant. All right. Next up is call if you're going to be late, right? That was always an important one, especially when you have teenagers. Call if you're going to be late. Call if you're going to be late. Back to yellow. There was a little, just while I'm doing this, there was a little story with Sam, our younger son, when he was 16. He, I guess, kind of, oh, where's it going to go? It won't really fit there, so I guess it has to go down here. When he was 16, the boys, when they hit 16, their curfew was midnight. And one day, in the mail, we get a letter from the driver's license division, I think, with a ticket with a hefty fine. And with Samuel's name on it. Sam, did you forget to tell your parents something? Yeah. So he was in, I don't know, it was like right before Memorial Day weekend, way back then, and he was at a friend's house, and he said, we were watching a movie and I fell asleep and I woke up and it was midnight. And I realized I was late. I was going to be late. So I got on the freeway and decided to go 100 miles an hour on the freeway because I was late and I didn't want to get in trouble. And then it was Memorial Day weekend, and he got home, went to bed, and then went out of town with another family the next day, and then came back and totally forgot about that ticket. Yes. So, because he was young, call if you're going to be late. We all have the same password on our phones. Okay, let me write this one. Hang on. We all have the same. Ooh, password is going to have to go down here. I'm going to have this weird little, maybe we do password. Let's do that. This guy. Now where was I? Okay, well, I guess where I am is that, so then we have to go pay the fine ticket, but then we also have to go and meet with, we have to go to the driver's license division and meet with a judge. And sounds like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, yeah, oh my gosh, this is a big deal. So we go and we go talk to the judge there, and it's a female. And we sit down, and she is very clearly talking to Sam. Like, she's not talking to me. She is talking to Sam. And she's like, young man, explain to me what happened here. Well, I fell asleep, and it was past my curfew, and I didn't want to get in trouble, so I was speeding. How fast were you speeding? 100. You were going 100 miles an hour. Yes. She said, can I ask you a question? Yes. Is this your mom? Yes, it is. Is your mom a pretty understanding person? Yes. How about your dad? Oh, yes, he is too. So do you think if you had called them and said, I am so sorry, I am late, I fell asleep, and I'm on my way, would they have been perceptive to that? Would they have been open to that? Yes, I'm sure they would have been. And then she said, Mom, is that the case? And I said, absolutely. And she said, so Sam, why didn't you do that? I don't know. No, Sam, really, why wouldn't you do that? Why didn't you do that? Well, I'm not, he hems and haws. And she said, young man, I'm going to show you something. And she pulls out a brochure, a very professionally done brochure. It's almost like an 8.5 by 11, like full-size pamphlet that has many pages in it. And on the front of that, there are photos of teenagers. And she said, Sam, do you know what this is? And he says, no. And he said, do you see all the teenagers on here? Do you see these photos? Yes. These were all teenagers in Utah that died behind the wheel. They died behind the wheel. And he's like, And she said, do you understand how serious it was that you were speeding at middle of the night on the freeway going 100 miles an hour? She said, people die. People die. You could have crashed. Someone could have hit you. You could have caused an accident. You could have killed people. This is extremely serious. He's like, yes, ma'am. Do you understand how serious this is? Yes, ma'am. All of that to say, well, still he had to pay a fine, and we made him pay it. It was like $500. That's the ticket. He lost his license for a period of time. He had to go to defensive driving course. And she also gave him something that had to stick on his steering wheel. She said, Sam, this goes on your steering wheel. When you are able to start driving again, this reminds you to go the speed limit. And if you don't do that, if this happens to you again right now with your record and you get pulled over again, you will lose your license until you're 21. Do you want to do that? No, ma'am. Okay. So good news is he never had another speeding ticket, so it was all okay. All of that to say that one of our house rules, call if you're going to be late. Call if you're going to be late. That's a big one. And then I'm like, Sam, you ding-a-ling. After we get in the car, I'm like, Sam, you ding-a-ling. We've talked about this a bunch of times. Why didn't you call us? Well, I didn't want to wake you up. Really? Really? Yeah. Anyhow, kids. Okay. Same password on our phones. If you make a mess, clean it up. That's the next one. If you make I'll do two here. No, mess. I'll do mess. If you make a mess, clean it up. and we were all there once, right? We were all teenagers. I know there were some really stupid things I did when I was a teenager. For sure. But you just don't think, right? You don't think. You don't think you're going to get pulled over. You don't think that it's better to call. That was not he wasn't in the habit of doing things like that. So really, first offense, we would have been like, okay, Sam, let's just pay more attention to what's happening next time and don't be late. He wouldn't have gotten in trouble. If you make a mess, clean it up. Thank you, Kathy, for, I know someone had said, Joe Disney fans had never heard of Kathy Zilski. And Kathy Meredith said Kathy Z, she goes by Kathy Z a lot, is a graphic designer for Scrapbook and Cards Today magazine and designs lots of stamps, has them at Simon Says Stamps. She has been in the industry forever and a day. There used to be a magazine many years ago called Simple Scrapbooks. It fell under the Creating Keepsakes kind of set of magazines umbrella. And she did a lot of work with them back then. But yeah, she does a lot of card making now. Really doesn't do a lot of like scrapbooking anymore. Does a lot of card making. She's very talented and she's a hoot. She is a hoot. Susan, that's exactly it. That frontal lobe is not fully developed in teens, right? That just logic that seems sometimes like so basic to us. It's just not quite there yet, right? Noelia said, teenage logic, it makes sense in the moment, but not after, right? I know later they're like, what was I thinking? Yeah. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Yes, there were a number of times with the children, with our boys again, where they did not tell us the truth or omitted things. And then later things came out and you're like, really? Would have been much better if you told us the truth up front. Because now there's consequences to pay. And your consequences are maybe going to be more now than they would have been otherwise. Anytime they would ever get in trouble, we would say, here's your free pass. Right now, here's your free pass. Is there anything else you want to tell us? Anything else that you want to tell us? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. Is there anything else that you want to tell us? Because now, you're free pass. But if we find out later, yeah, it's going to be a problem. And every once in a while, there was something else that come out. And you're like, okay, all right. Good to know. Good to know. Tell the truth. And that's not like sometimes we tell little white lies to not hurt people's feelings, right? But, tell the truth. That's in the bigger things. That was our little, tell the truth. Easier just to fess up. Fess up. Fess up. Tell the truth. Say please and thank you. Always say, so now we'll go to the green, please and thank you. Always say please and thank you. Joe Disney fan, you can find Kathy here on YouTube. She does lots of videos, mostly card making. Always say please and thank you. Oopsie. There's another one I will add. What are we looking at? Oh, it's 2. Okay. I'll do one more and then I will stop. I need to go eat lunch. Always say please and thank you. Oh, yeah. The next one I'm going to do is no drinking out of the carton. Like no drinking out of the milk carton, the milk jug or the milk whatever, or the juice, right? No drinking out of the carton. Because in our house, it was a boy thing. Always say please and thank you. All right, last one, and then I will flip the camera and we will say our goodbyes for today. Always say please and thank you. Oh, I wish there was a blue. There's no blue here. Would have been nice to pull in some blue, but that's okay. Next is yellow. No, how do I word that? No drinking from the container, carton. No drinking from the carton, no drinking from the container. I don't know. No, this is going to sound, because it's going to say no drinking, so it's going to imply something totally different, which was a house rule. No drinking underage, but no drinking from the container, something totally different. No drinking from the container in the fridge or whatever. I'll say no drinking directly from the milk or juice container. I don't know. Got to figure out how to word that one. Carton. There we go. Always use a glass. I know. Always use a glass. Now here I am with no drinking. No carton. Container. I think container. Because milk in our house was never in a carton. It was always in the gallon or half gallon or whatever it is. Oh my goodness, our boys drink so much milk. Even Sam to this day. We never really were into juice or soda or anything like that. So in our house, the boys drank milk like it was going out of style. So much milk. No drinking, ing. It's funny when it was, I don't remember if it was Sam or Jack, when they were little, we had them stop drinking from the bottle when they were 1, and then they moved to sippy cup. And when we had the 1 year pediatrician appointment, the pediatrician was asking, are they still in the bottle, and da-da-da-da. I said, oh no, sippy cup. Okay, and so what are they drinking and how much? And I said, oh, and how often? I said, he probably has a sippy cup of milk when he wakes up, and then another sippy cup of milk maybe an hour later, and then another sippy cup of milk, and then sippy milk, and then da-da-da-da. And she's like, oh my goodness, like how big are those sippy cups? And I told her, and she's like, you got to be careful with that, because if your kids are drinking too much milk, iron. Like she was worried that they were getting, whichever boy it was, too much iron. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was an issue. Yeah. No drinking directly from the milk or juice container. How about this? Use a glass. There we go. All right, friends. I am going to stop now, and I will finish this up this week before we are together again, and then I will also do my little writing in there before we're together again. So let's do this. I'm going to turn off the overhead lights. Let's talk about prizes. So 3 prizes this week. We've talked about 2 of the 3 so far. The 2023 Year in Review Project Kit is one. The idea book is another one. And then the third is the new set of the Focus, List Builder Focus stamp sets that I used on my second list. The way you participate in the giveaways is you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat, circle back, leave a comment on the video when it's over. You have until we're together again. So you have until Saturday morning early on the 10th, because Saturday morning is when I will go and randomly pick 3 comments, and those people will win. What do we have to talk about, you guys, in terms of like housekeeping items? What's New Wednesday is this Wednesday. Those are at 6:30 p.m. Pacific, so it'll just be here on my YouTube channel. The easiest way to make sure you don't miss anything is to just subscribe here on YouTube. So just hit subscribe and then click on the little bell so you'll be notified. But I'll also put something in the Facebook group and on the Facebook page about that on either Tuesday or Wednesday, so you know to watch for that and the link. We'll be together next Saturday, the 10th, listing again. 3rd and the 10th this month. Those are the only 2 Saturdays we're listing, because I will be gone the next 2 Saturdays. So just kind of know that. What else is coming? Oh, I know. Hopefully, I will have my production samples of my new stamp sets, the June release. And if I have those, we will take a look at those on Saturday the 10th, and I'll put those up for pre-order. So those will probably ship, I want to say maybe like end of June, last week in June. I think there's 3 classes coming up. The travel mini book is coming up this month. The Traveler's Notebook Kit is coming up this month, and then early next month is the summer mini book class. Last one, there is the summer Traveler's Notebook Kit. So for the months of July and August, that I think will go up for order in this next coming week. So lots of stuff coming up. Yeah. Okay, friends. Thank you for joining me today, whether you were watching live or whether you were watching Memorex. You're watching the replay. Thanks for joining me. Always, always, always so much fun. I love all of our chat and feeling like I get to know you guys, and I love that you just pipe in and say what you want to say. So thank you for that. Let me just check out the chat really quick to make sure I didn't miss anything. Kathy. Okay, great question. Kathy said, are your Traveler's Notebook covers coming? Yes. Final samples. Final samples came while I was gone, while we were gone. So they are right across the room. What I have to do is I have now received, I'm just looking over there. I'm not going to share them yet though. Still got to wait. Because until I get a firm commitment from the factory on when they will go into production, I don't want to show anybody because I don't know how long they'll be. Hopefully just a couple months. But anyhow, I have the physical samples, the Traveler's Notebooks themselves. I also have all the pleather, the vegan leather, whatever you want to call it. Just the designs, and I have to actually cut part of that and mail those back to the factory in China, because when they start printing, they've got to do a check against that of what I approved, the actual physical of what I approved, that sample, and then what has come off of the whatever print process they do on the fake vegan leather, pleather, whatever it is. But yes, we're getting close. Also the inserts, those are coming too. So I'll have lined inserts and blank inserts and dot grid inserts. And you will be able to buy them just separately like that. So you'll be able to only buy lined if you want, or only buy dot grid if you want, or only buy blank if you want. Okay, friends. Whew. Okay. Thanks again for joining me, everybody. Happy, healthy, safe. All those things are super important. And I hope to see you. If not on Wednesday, then I hope to see you next Saturday. Okay? Thanks for watching.